Hey, hopefully that's working right. I think it is. You hear me? Cool. I have to check that every single time. So, well met. I'm Cynical. Welcome to my channel. All around us here, what you see is other skies that we're setting up. This is the home of CoFH RPG, CoFH RPG, and Other Skies is our new game. Tonight we'll be making characters for it and stuff. It's going to be really exciting. Other Skies is a gritty science fiction game set in a setting of our own creation using a custom setup, basically, based on the Traveler and the CFS engine with a lot of our own little systems in there. And this is a tabletop role-playing stream, so we'll be paying attention to the chat as much as we can, but we're going to be mostly paying attention to the game and role-playing, so if we don't respond right away, it's nothing against you. We really appreciate you coming along for the ride. Just keep in mind that everybody's welcome in chat, but you need to be civil. So let's go ahead and flip over to the other people. Hey, there they are. You look sinister with your mustache.
Didn't get a chance to wax it, so.
Yeah. So these are my friends, and together we're CoFH RPG. Is a lot of acronyms together, it's two separate ones. But yeah, CoFH RPG is the best way to say it. So we're a group of people that have been playing connected worlds together for decades, depending on who of us it is. Let's go ahead and start introducing the people that are involved. They can't talk about their characters yet because we're gonna make them in front of you. So yeah, let's go ahead and just start with, I'll do the old intro that I used to do from Chronicle to peel it back.
Oh shit.
Where's my Chronicle one? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, all the intros.
Yeah, I forgot about these. You don't talk about your characters, so, because you don't have one yet, but you'll be doing this later. He's played a tavern keeper who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit dice ghouls. They almost always solve my puzzles. My longtime friend, Lord Venom 1, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're excited to play in Other Skies.
Hey everybody, I'm Lord Venom 1. Yeah, lifelong fan of science fiction, kind of hard science fiction. Really any setting. And I've certainly enjoyed playing like normal Traveler. We've had a couple campaigns now, and Stars Without Number. But I think this campaign is going to be fun because it's going to be a little bit more near future, kind of more expanse level technology where things are a little bit harder, but the tech's a little bit more, recognizable from what we might be familiar with here. So it's always fun to be, that kind of lower tech and have to think about, fuel and fuel usage and moving around and trying to be efficient and effective with those kind of limitations. So looking forward to it, and tonight will be fun because creating characters in Traveler is always a good time thanks to their sort of narrative life generation system. So that'll be fun.
That is true. It's always fun to make characters in this system. Hey, Lunatic, how's it going, bud? Just want to throw out a mention to Lunatic here. They're in our chat. Lunatic Design. They make great maps and stuff for different RPGs. You should check them out on Drive-Thru RPG. Let's go ahead and get to The Next of Us. That sounds like a video game. The Next of Us. It's the Other Worlds version of The Last of Us. Yeah, they've been a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a ruin-delving historian seeking to prove his father's theories, and a reluctant space captain who was an expert at crash landings. My good friend, a fellow member of Screen Room, which is a Discord where we watch cool stuff, and a streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and why you're excited to play in Other Skies.
Yeah, Mako 234. I am definitely excited for character creation, like Venom said. The way Traveler does this is great, so I'm excited for that. And yeah, I think I don't know, Venom pretty much summed it up pretty well. The kind of expanse type sci-fi that we're doing this time around is going to be a lot of fun. Kind of feel like more grounded to what we know, so it'll be interesting to be able to kind of feel that, the kind of far out future is is super awesome, but it's like, I don't know what bionics would be like, but I can try, you know. But
Yeah.
expense level stuff is really cool. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what I'm most excited for.
I think it'll be really interesting to step through the different tech, right? Like you're still going to end up, you know, traveling to the stars or whatever in the game as we play it, but it's going to take a while to get there, right? You're kind of locked in. It's not like everybody has a drive that can take them to other star systems yet or anything. So the level of play is locked in a little bit until it opens up more and more and more, I think, which it should be interesting to see how that unfolds and how your characters react to that, whatever those characters might be, right? So that'll be really cool to see. But moving on, they've played an amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifistic space surgeon obsessed with an old television series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character he played was somebody else's. It's Society Streams, or just Society, a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer in his own right. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and why you're excited to play Other Skies. Don't say the same thing that everybody else just said.
What's up, everyone? I'm Society. Yeah, we've been streaming some TTRPGs for like 2 years now.
Yeah, we played together quite a bit before that. But
yeah,
we started streaming like 2 years ago. We have stuff we recorded but never streamed too, which is interesting. There's like secret tapes out there.
Yeah, right. Which is great.
Tapes.
I wish we had
Don't tease
recorded
the fans like that.
Yeah, I wish we recorded Sojourn though. That would have
been cool. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
That was our first
Dark
sci-fi
Lands
game
was
together
dope.
here.
Venom, I don't know if has ever heard the story about my first character that I ever played, because you always kind of like look a little quizzical whenever Cynical brings that up, like my first character being someone else's. That was basically how I was introduced to Dungeons and Dragons. It was a sci-fi campaign though. It was something else.
It was Savage Worlds.
Savage Worlds.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, we met in college. He's like, you want to play in the game? I was like, yeah. And someone had made a character and played a few sessions and never came back or something. And I was like, I'll play this guy.
Liked or whatever. He never really did much when he was there. And I was like, you want to make a character, or you could just? And I joked that you could just play this guy.
Was a joke.
Yeah, and you were like, yeah, I'll play that. And I was like, oh, okay, this guy doesn't take this game seriously. He's not really interested in playing.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah, and then like the
I
next
own that
thing
character.
you like had drawn the character and like changed the meaning of his name, but it was still the same name and all this stuff. It's like, this is a new nickname, so and I was like, "Oh, what?" That was not what I was expecting.
That was so long ago. Yeah, that's so funny. And like, yeah, didn't take it seriously, and here I am.
Yeah, Lunatic loves Savage Worlds. He runs a lot of games in that system.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it was a fun campaign. It was similar. We played a few sci-fi settings, and I don't know. You have a pretty good affinity for it. I think this group does well with that setting too.
Yeah.
Because of that, I think this is gonna shape up to be. You asked us a few days ago if we wanted to do the fantasy setting or the sci-fi setting that you had in mind.
Yeah, first. Yeah.
You had a few to run, yeah, and I'm excited about the sci-fi setting purely because of how excited you are about the sci-fi setting.
We've spent a lot of time building this guy. You know?
Yeah,
it's gonna be a cool one, I think, to play through.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you have.
And it's our own version of having our Traveler universe that we can expand into and do all the normal things that you do in Traveler eventually.
Yeah.
But we're just like baby stepping our way into it instead of being like we're jumping straight into the Third Imperium where we have tons of aliens and gravity tech and all this stuff.
Which is dope.
We're gonna work our way to that, right? We're gonna get we won't have the Third Imperium, but we're gonna work our way.
And y'all get to experience that too. Everyone that watches gets to grow with it. So like you can go back and watch the VODs from the one shots that we did, the 1 and 2 shots, and 3 shots, and those kind of set the stage for this setting. Like we're starting to influence the events and the technology that's going to be available to us. Like we've already like put a footprint in this world, in this universe, and seeing that play out is just watching the world become deeper and deeper as we add to it is just going to be a very fun thing. So
I agree. Yeah.
Super excited.
All right, so finally, They've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for eternity. An alien merchant engineer with an incompatible sleeping pattern, and a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner. One of my oldest friends, and a moderator for basically all of our channels and everything that we do, and involved in Twitch for CoFH RPG and beyond, Screen Room as well. Psycho Cough, go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, or just Psycho, I guess. Yeah, we have Psycho Cough written down for you here. Psycho, go ahead and tell us about yourself and why you're excited to play.
I'm Psycho. I'm a gamer, video games mostly, but I do GM my own Pathfinder game. As for Traveler and this setting, sometimes like it's hit or miss, it feels, but when we nail it, man, is it fun.
Yeah.
Like in the earlier one-shots, one of my characters ended up murdering mad cows, which was hilarious and fun.
Dude, that was
Hopefully
so
that
sick.
won't happen
For
this
one of you,
go
at
around. But it's Traveler, you never know.
Yeah. Yeah, Traveler is very good at being pretty intense and like fairly not. I don't want to use the term realistic because it's not, right, but it's like possessed of extreme verisimilitude or something like that. Anyway, so with all of that, we've introduced all of the players and talked about why they're excited for what's about to happen. But now I'm going to talk about me for a second and why I'm excited for what this is going to happen, or what's about to happen here. So we spent a long time working on this world. I've put a lot into this. I've created a lot of different people and characters and all the stuff that you normally do, but more than any of that, what I've focused on here is really drilling down to tone, drilling down to our inspirations, running questionnaires and all that silly stuff with all of the players here to come up with the bits and pieces that we liked, and then gamifying the actual technological progression of our setting, as well as a lot of the political intrigue that's set up in this huge domino snowball that I'm kind of planting as a seed for things to grow into. And we'll see how humanity expresses itself further into the stars. But it's all started with that World War III one shot. That was two shot, I guess, whatever. The mini arc. And so we had two of those mini arcs. In the first one, it was a World War III scenario. We're not going to go into the details of that. If you want to get the details of that, you can go back and watch the previous episodes, or you can at least talk, go back when we've talked about it. But that set up a lot of different pieces in the universe, not the least of which is the actual technology that got passed into the next one, what would be available, what could grow, and what could develop from there. And then there was a heist in the next mini arc, and a lot of that technology was copied or deleted data or moved between parties depending on what they did in the heist and what got preserved in certain ways, the choices that they made during the heist. Did they take something and destroy, leave the salted earth, quote unquote, kind of approach to it, or did they merely act quietly as possible and remove what they had to and only destroy the very few things that they were told specifically to destroy? All those things came together through this big spider web of the game that we played to create where the setting is today. And it's really cool for me as a GM to see how this is all going to play out. But the true reason that I'm really excited to play this is because Traveler character creation is fun. It creates deep and interesting characters, and you guys do a good job of playing them, and I'm excited to see where we go. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's watch the intro, and then we'll just get straight into character creation. There we go.
The year's 2512 and humanity lives among the stars. Used to be folks thought that when we got there we'd reach out and those stars melt away all our problems. Sadly, it doesn't work that way. No, we took them all out there with us into the dark, where they could mutate and fester. Thing is, we took the beauty too. All the splendor and majesty that we could muster. Couldn't even say how many worlds we live on now. We've always been heading for an ugly end. Might just be we found ourselves a new beginning.
Alright, we're back. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to roll right into it. Now, Traveler character creation is a life path character creation system. It tells its own story. The dice are involved, but they're not the only thing. You kind of try to drive a path through it, but you never necessarily really get exactly what you want. It's more like a mini game. And so the really cool thing about Traveler, and kind of what some of the other guys here said, is, you know, character creation is particularly fun because of that. Psycho, yesterday, I think you said it very well when you were explaining something to a friend of ours named Andrew. You said at one point, because we were showing Andrew the tabletop and how kind of things worked a little bit, Psycho said that when you're playing Traveler, you start playing the moment you start making your character, because you're already in a game, you're already playing a game. You're not just making a character for a game. And that's a really, really simple and elegant way of like looking at it. I think that's a very true statement. In Traveler, you're playing the moment you start, and that's why it's so exciting to make characters. So let's go ahead and get into it. You guys were having a discussion just briefly before we flip back over from the intro about what names you were going to choose and how you were going to tie yourselves perhaps to some of the legacies of your previous characters. And I don't want to get in the way of that, so go ahead. What were your questions?
I sent in notes everyone's character name from everyone had 3 characters plus a scientist from the first one shot.
That's right, in the World War III.
So you all have those in notes if you wanted that for any reason. I decided I think I'm going to play a descendant of my surviving character. Not everyone had a character that survived, I don't think.
Correct.
Point of contention between me and the referee.
Someone thought they could outrun a nuclear apocalypse.
We
in a
don't know
Jeep.
what happened to them. It
Boss
was an armored
Walker.
vehicle.
Boss Walker combined stats were like 50, and he had shrugged off multiple gun wounds, and you can't just write him out of the story. He was
True.
unkillable.
It also
He
wasn't.
could have found a refrigerator, right?
yeah.
It also, yeah. It also wasn't
he was a refrigerator.
a full size nuke, right? These were small, like tactical nuclear warheads.
So
So we don't know what we don't know.
he's a ghoul now, is what you're saying.
Maybe.
His fate was unknown, but certainly, assuming he was dead, would have been something the enemy
Legend
might
of
do.
Boss
But
Walker. I like
they
it.
might-
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
might end up
description of that
mistaking.
character is just The Rock. So I assume.
well,
that
no, he
means-
was the Rock played him.
Rock played it.
He was cast to the Rock.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Mad Cow scientist lived, I think. Joe is the head scientist, right? Or no, Joe died. Hang on, I wrote down the end. I don't remember.
Like all my characters died, I think.
Yeah, we had like 3 soldiers or so we were all each playing, and then we had kind of a scientist that was sort of attached to us.
Later on, yeah.
And I think we only got 3 of the 4 scientists because there were only 4 seats, but someone had a pilot. So I think one of your
Ended up
characters
being my
left
character,
with 3 of the
yeah.
4 scientists, and everyone else was presumed dead, except it would be silly to presume Boss Walker dead.
Commander orders research and scientists on board. He follows.
Oh, you know what?
Jared to
Didn't
be
that
able to
make
fly
a
it.
roll for Boss
Mary
Walker?
pushes
There
herself
might
up.
have been.
Norbert pulls her back and pushes
Yeah,
Joe forward.
okay.
Mary shoots Joe in the leg. Norbert shoots Mary. She shoots back. They go down. Lydia and Merle jump onto the ladder.
Lydia was the scientist for deep space.
Yeah.
Obviously, what's his name made it? Who was the star of
Assyrian.
Jared Assyrian made it. It was the star of the second short arc we did.
Yeah. One of them, anyway.
You did make a roll for boss at the end. It was a secret roll.
Secret role.
We launch and get to lunar base. They give us
Anyway, I have
coordinates for
no
emergency
intention of
landing.
playing relative to him because there's no way I'd roll that high. But I may end up with the sword on my wall called the boss or something. It's like because he had this like Klingon blade
Well,
thing that he used.
How about this? How about you play like a really old character and
Is
that
boss?
needs, like,
No, I love that.
You need like a walker, but you name that the boss. So it's,
All right.
do you get it?
Yeah. No, I
Because
get
it
it.
walks.
Yeah. But anyway, we were rolling random names, but I'll just re-roll a new one.
Okay, so here's how we're setting this up. The camera, our old friend that's shown us all these adventures and all these different worlds, peels from this strange, almost ethereal types of waves of energy that spill past it, a solid white light. And it becomes bluer and darker until bits of black and emerge. And we see space beyond.
You are now born.
And this swirl of bluish, white, green, brilliant, bright colors begins to slow. And we see a planet. One that resembles Earth, but not the Earth that we know today. An Earth of the future. An Earth of 2512. A little bit dimmer in its colors, but more built up. Its atmosphere dancing with brilliant lights. Its orbit dancing with brilliant lights. Our camera manages to still itself from this spin as it enters this strange space. Peeling around almost as though it's looking for something for a moment. It locks on a singular dot in the distance. And in a single step, moves through that space and through the walls, through the bulkheads, through the spinning discs of a space station. You see multiple people here walking by our camera, not seeing it, as it slowly passes through the crowds and the delicate machinery of advanced space technology, basically. We see the technology that looks worn, not new. Technology that looks well maintained. And this giant spinning disc, this giant arm that we've entered, we can see briefly out small portholes to the sides to that planet beyond Earth, and out the other side to the solar system beyond. Pure blackness, the occasional dot visible here and there in the depths of space. But our camera's not interested in any of that. It continues through the paths of this crowded station until eventually getting to a less crowded area. A place where multiple hatches sit along the walls that goes through one of those hatches. It opens. A person steps out. You see their feet, but not their face. And our camera moves past them as though the opening of the door let them pass through. The interior of this space looks to be almost like a bar. In fact, it is one. Though they're adorning the walls, there's no branding of any kind. You can see a small, well, it's likely to be still in the back behind a bar. An individual with dreadlocks in his hair down to his shoulders, fairly tall, extremely thin in his build, sits there cleaning what looks to be an orb. The orb you see is, in fact, a sort of a plastic squeeze orb that you would fill with a fluid, and essentially a nozzle on top to drink from. He's cleaning the interior of it, and then hooking it onto a hook/shelf on the wall, one at a time, each of these. And here there is gravity, but you can tell by the gentle nature of the fall of these orbs that it's not a lot of gravity. In fact, it's not gravity, of course, at all. It's centripetal force from the spin of the station. And there's a little bit of noticeable Coriolis effect as the orbs settle on their little individual hooks. The individual turns over his shoulder and looks past the camera, but almost at it. It says, "We'll be here a while. You gonna order anything or not?" And the camera slowly turns to face 4 individuals, each of them out of focus, until our camera begins to focus.
Good, you're finally awake.
Who are these people? Let's find out.
Your name's not on the list.
Our camera reveals a brief moment of each of their history and quick flashes before the conversation begins. So there, let's pick up with actual character creation. What are the names of these individuals?
I don't know what my first name is yet, because I don't know what my gender is going to be.
Whoever knows their full name can go first.
Well, I am Bailey McNevin.
All right, so I'm going to enter that on your name here. That'll be right here. Spell it.
Bailey MC capital N EVIN.
Like that?
I mean, you say it like that, but where are you?
On the stream. All right.
Oh.
What's your name again? Bailey what?
Bailey McNevin. Yes, spelled like that.
Okay. Who's next? Who's got their name?
I made an actor thing in the character reference.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. I'll walk everybody through that, so Don't try not to jump too far ahead.
That's as far as
But
I
yeah,
can-
that's fine.
The name.
Who else has a name that's completed?
My name is Paris Harcrow.
Okay, let's go ahead and get that in there. Paris.
Yep.
And last name is
Harcrow.
Harcrow. Okay. Paris Harcrow.
What are y'all's genders?
I'm a little. I haven't quite decided. Probably male.
What did you say, Patch?
Male.
Okay. I did not envision that for either.
It came out of the male character generator, so I figure it's ambiguous. But
Nothing wrong with
I
that.
might switch if I get inspired.
All right, Mad Cow, you got a name? The generator is linked in the notes. It's
Yeah, I'm
and it's
looking.
also pinned as well. Speaking of pinned items within notes, make sure you download each of those PDFs because they will come in handy as we move forward in the game. Put them in a little folder or whatever, name it Other Skies, or however you want to organize it for yourselves. But make sure you have each of those PDFs set for yourselves. The two that we will really, really care about using tonight are the core that will come up and the central supply catalog will come up. But other than that, you probably won't have to use any of the others. Except maybe the vac suit one.
I am female. I rolled for it.
You totally missed an opportunity when describing the bartender, though.
Did I?
Oh, yeah.
I try not to describe them too much.
Could have had a quark.
I could have had a quark. But there's no aliens. So.
I think I got my character name.
All right.
I also think I'm going to play female character with Lean Aberton. L-E-E-N. Aberton. A-B-B-E-R-T-O-N.
All right.
Okay.
You got a name?
Yeah. Okay.
Keep in mind, you can change this name. You can generate another name. And the way that the character creation works is if at any point during the character creation you want to start a new character, you can. You can be like, oh, nah, this guy's not working out. I'm going to start a new character. If you start a new character, you don't necessarily have to pick a new name until a certain point. But I think it makes sense, too, if we can put like because maybe we can use one of these other characters as an NPC or something, too. So it's no big deal for me to enter a name here. Just keep that in mind. What's the name, Mad Cow?
The cyberpunk generator, this is not the one I'm using, but it generated a name with the last name Carrick. I just thought that's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Corvin
Anvil
Bassett.
Carrot.
Anvil Carrick, that would be good.
C-O-R-V-I-N.
C-O-R-V-I-N, yes, Bassett with two S's.
B-A-S-S-E-T or T-T?
Yep. One T.
All right, we got a whole bird theme going. You're upset.
I already did mine. Fool.
Oh, okay. What was your name?
Lean Aberton.
Lean. How you spell?
L-E-E-N.
It's on you can see it on the Twitch.
Nobody watches.
Oh,
that.
that's where you were typing it. I was looking for
Lean
where
is
the fuck
spelled
that was.
purple drink.
Maybe.
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Hi.
My full name is Lulu Dallas Multipass.
That's good, Lunatic. All right, so everybody has a name. So now we know the names of each of these individuals sitting at this table who are about to turn and begin their journey into the world beyond. Let's take another step and see. Oh, you got your name tag. Nice. Can't read it though.
But yeah.
But let's go ahead and move on to the next step. So, everybody who hasn't already done this, which I think is only Psycho's the only one that's done it, go ahead if you would, please, and inside of Foundry, go to the Journal tab. Then click on the Other Skies folder. And then within that folder, open 01 Other Skies character reference document.
In.
All right. Let me know when you're in there.
Yep.
All right.
Got it.
Everybody sees it properly. Cool. Now make sure that you've got the chat tab up in Foundry. You can do that one of two different ways. You can just click on it normally and have the tab up as a main tab, or you can right-click the tab and it'll pop it out as a little guy you can move around your screen to do stuff with. All right, yeah, we see Society in there, making a smiley face.
Like that one. It always seems a little unhinged. You know what I mean?
Little unhinged. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. If everybody has the character reference document up, I'm going to go ahead and read from it just so that the audience really gets the benefit of all of this. But this is our primer for how we're gonna think about these characters, what our inspirations for those characters are going to be, and where we're going to end up. So here we go. First, we start with theme. Theme plays an important role in shaping how we experience Other Skies. The nature of our game heavily relies on it. Other Skies is a space opera at its core, but dives into hard science fiction, cassette futurism, and struggle for survival more than the default game. Our intent is to create a setting that lets us explore the fun of space opera while diving into the themes, tone, and intensity of some of our inspirations. Let's explore for a brief moment what some themes and inspirations are for Other Skies. So let's go ahead and move into inspiration and intent. Nice, thanks, Psycho. Inspiration and intent. Classic RPGs such as D&D were created via inspiration and intent. The intent was to create an immersive experience that drew on the fundamental power of human imagination and group dynamics in the form of what would come to be called a tabletop RPG. It wasn't called that at that point anyway. The inspiration itself is directly referenced in their own writing. Appendix N is a list of books that inspire Gary Gygax to create Dungeons and Dragons. It was first published in AD&D's Dungeon Master's Guide as Appendix N, and that's why it's called that basically when people refer to it. These books are the ones that sparked Gary Gygax's imagination and helped him create one of the most beloved games of all time, or at least the settings involved with that, and the games beyond, etc., all of it combined. So with that, what's our Appendix N? Our inspirational fiction. So here is a list of science fiction that has most directly inspired Other Skies and what it's meant to feel like in terms of theme and tone, in no particular order, including a short explanation of each and some of the themes that are important to it.
This is cool. A lot of huge pieces of media are created like this, like especially when you're trying to get a lot of brains on the same page with something. Like this is oftentimes the first thing you'll see. It's a really cool idea.
Yeah, I tried to write this like a design document, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
That's great.
So first we start with Space Above and Beyond. This series focuses on a group of marine aviators fighting in a war against an alien species. It deals with themes of heroism, sacrifice, and the cost of war. It's a great show if you've never watched it.
Made me the man I am today.
It is a great show. Babylon 5. This show explores a future where various alien species live and work together on a space station. It deals with themes of politics, diplomacy, and personal growth. Firefly. This series follows a group of smugglers and outcasts trying to make a living in a future where the Alliance government has a lot of power. It deals with themes of freedom, family, and individualism. as well as a sense of rebellion and stuff too, but that's kind of beside the point. The Expanse. This is a show or novels, but here I talk about the show. The show takes place in a future where humanity has colonized the solar system and deals with issues such as resource scarcity, political power struggles, and the impact of technology on society itself. Not that society, but all of society. Alien.
Included.
It's a film. This film follows a group of space miners who, well, not really miners, but they're haulers, who encounter a deadly extraterrestrial creature. It deals with themes of survival, horror, and the fear of the unknown. Aliens, another film in the same franchise with a different take on the genre. Aliens is a thrilling sci-fi action film about a team of Marines fighting against an extraterrestrial species on a distant planet, exploring themes of motherhood, survival, and the dangers of corporate greed. Event Horizon. That's a horror horror sci-fi film that follows a crew of astronauts who embark on a mission to investigate a lost spaceship that has reappeared after disappearing 7 years prior. As they explore the abandoned vessel, they uncover dark secrets and face unimaginable horrors that test their sanity and challenge their beliefs about the nature of existence. The film deals with themes of madness, trauma, and the dangers of unchecked ambition.
I'm not sure if I've seen that one.
It's awesome.
Let's hope we don't lean too much into that inspiration.
Yeah, let's.
You haven't
let's
seen
not lean
Event
on that.
Horizon?
You should definitely watch it at some point if you haven't.
I'm not sure if I have or not. I don't.
Liberate tutte me de exum feris. That's all I can say.
It's a great film.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
good.
Yeah.
good sci-fi and good horror.
Farscape. True. Farscape. This series follows an astronaut who gets sucked into a wormhole and ends up on a living ship with a group of aliens.
Weird.
It deals with themes of identity, redemption, and the search for home. Cowboy Bebop. This, I think, would be a very big influence, especially. Cowboy Bebop, Firefly, I think Alien, Babylon 5, those are probably the biggest ones, but these are all pretty important. Cowboy Bebop, this anime series, follows a group of bounty hunters traveling through space. It deals with themes of loneliness, regret, and the consequences of violence. And Battlestar Galactica. It's the last one I have listed here. The show takes place in a future where humanity has been nearly wiped out by a race of robots, essentially. It deals with themes of survival, morality, and the search for meaning in a world where everything you know has been destroyed. Now, there are other inspirations involved here that we could get nitty gritty. I got just a bunch of novels I could talk about that are inspirational to me for some of the elements here. There's even other series like Star Hunter would be another example, but it's a bit redundant because Star Hunter is very similar in some ways to like Cowboy Bebop and Firefly. So we kind of get that, right? We kind of understand that we're talking about cassette futurism, we're talking about Alien, we're talking about Firefly, Cowboy Bebop, we're talking about The Expanse. We're talking about a lot of hard science fiction mixed in with our space opera. So, try to remember these themes and inspirations as you create your character and move past that, embarking on a journey filled with new fiction and this strange little subgenre of our own making by combining these things. Think of the characters you've loved from fiction like this for a brief moment. Like literally think of those characters. Like think back to what your favorite characters are from those things that we just talked about. All of them. Just take a moment to yourself. You don't have to talk about it. Just think of it for yourself. Now, what did you like about them and why? Now take that. You don't have to go directly from that, but take those reasons, use that for inspiration as you make somebody that will remember in character creation, which you can go ahead and click. Or perhaps we should click on group types. Actually, do that. You can see it all from the left too. You have navigation over there. There are a few pages here that will be flipping back between, which I'll get to in more detail as we get towards them. But always know that during this process, you can flip down to the number 15 down there for the flowchart to see that, and you'll be able to flip back up to character or careers overview later on, which will have an overview of a whole lot of information that'll come up during the careers phase of character creation. But for now, just go ahead and click on group types. group types. Now, this is more for inspiration than anything. This isn't necessary. These aren't to lock you into any kind of group or anything like that. These are just so you can understand what types of groups of quote unquote adventurers, of travelers are out there, just on average. So we've got things like colonists, corporate investigators, freelance miners, riggers, salvagers, corporate commercial, starship crew, independent commercial starship crew, resource exploration teams, sovereign marines, which would be like from a government or even particularly, from a corp or something, and private military contractors would be more like the actual corp ones. So I have descriptions of each of these, and you can read them yourselves if you want. I'm not going to force the stream and all of you to listen to me read every single page of this document that I've built, but I behoove you to read some of those. The thing that we have talked about previously, and because again, this document isn't designed for this campaign. This document is designed for this world, so we can make other campaigns in this world using this document. So you're not going to be all of this campaign, right? You can't be, but we'll have different campaigns where you'll play different ones of these, or be inspired by different ones of these. So the things that we talked about before from the questionnaires that came up that we were leaning closest to were the freelance miner, rigger, salvager, and the independent commercial starship crew, which those are basically completely open-ended, standard traveler kind of games. This isn't where you start or anything necessarily, but it can provide inspiration for it. But these are the types of individuals that you might try to work. Because remember, in Traveler, you're not making a character, you're making a crew.
Making a life.
Or Cepheus engine. Traveler, Cepheus engine. Or you can just call it Other Skies, whatever. So what do those sound most compelling to you, Venom? I'll just start with one of you.
Yeah, in terms of team, correct me if I'm wrong, I think something like Marines would be probably not a good fit given the current state of the universe. There's no known conflict, certainly not like active military conflicts. Would that be accurate?
They're not in the middle of a war, but there are always conflicts that are happening.
I know that.
Between the various, yeah, the balkanized nations of Earth, Luna, the various mega corporations, and the independent kind of sovereign entities that are starting to form further out in the solar system. There is a lot of tension involved between Mars and others. There is the Soul Commonwealth Council that still exists, but it's not a government by any means. It's just a place where people go to yell at each other, basically. So there are indeed conflicts. So you could play that kind of a campaign, but I don't think that we should for our first game in the universe, to be specific, because it's a very specific type of game where I think it can be very rewarding too. I mean, but it is one of those games where it's like one of you has to be like a commander and take orders, and you're going to be going missions and dealing with troop amounts and all that stuff, which I think we should get to in some point in our world, and that'll be fun. But I don't think we should do our first game like that. But if you really, really want to, we can.
I agree with you there. Like, freelance sounds fun, but I would like to, at some point in the future, do like a Marine team.
Yeah, I think that could be awesome to do. I just think it'd be the best for our first game in the setting is all.
Yeah, I'm assuming a lot of ventures would be kind of corporate backed, so like a corporate commercial starship.
Yeah, I like the idea of the independent,
like a sanctioned colony,
commercial starship.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Yeah,
like
that's kind of the natural
one.
Firefly.
Even PMC might be kind of cool. And I was even thinking like I think Patch said like the freelance miner one. No, wait.
So that's also just how
freelance miner rigger
or independent commercial starship.
Or I was gonna say the resource exploration team. I think might be cool.
Yeah, I think that's a natural fit. Obviously, there would be a lot of that going on in terms.
But
of
I do
reaching
like. I
out
think
to see what's where.
I think independent commercial Starship Crew would be dope because like getting each delivery or whatever is like a new
Okay.
adventure, right? Like you don't have
Yeah.
no idea what's in that
Yeah,
box.
right. More of a
And it's kind of like Firefly-y, but also
Yeah,
like your jobs
independent
are...
commercial Starship Crew is literally like the standard traveler, like kind of thing. What you were trying
Background,
to
yeah.
sort of do in Chronicle, even, right? Like it's
Yeah.
the Firefly campaign. It's the
True.
That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, right? It's a good way to explore because then you can do a little bit of whatever you want.
I feel like it leaves the door open for a lot.
Yeah,
Because I do like the idea
it's
of us
very
being
sandboxy.
like the crew of an Alien, right? Like how they're just
Yeah.
like out there isolated as a crew, but still backed even by
Now,
that
that's a
corporate ideas. That's
corporate-
why you
they're-
mentioned.
They're a
that's
corporate
corporate,
commercial
yeah.
Starship. Yeah.
Venom mentioned the corporate commercial one.
Yeah, I think that makes it. I think that fits well with the kind of current state of things, where you would be
It would be expected, right?
backed, but then nothing stops you from going independent, right? I imagine there's not a lot of independent
Totally.
spacecraft
Well, it means you
out
wouldn't
there,
own your ship or anything. You would have to.
but it
take
doesn't.
orders from the
It doesn't
company,
mean we
et cetera.
can't have figure out the backstory for how to get our own ship. Whether we.
I like that idea.
stole
I
it
think
or-
that is a natural flow of the world that has been kind of like built up anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so for clarification, each of these group types are like sort of like goals or like concepts that you can work around within. So if your goal is to be like, hey, we want to own our own ship and do independent thing, then that's like a wish list item that you're gonna have, and then we can make that part of your character's goals in the universe. They'll work towards that. So there'll be opportunities for ships and good deals or whatever. And if you want to do that as like from the perspective of being salvagers or being people that worked previously on commercial crews, right, and like we want to own our own someday, we can do all of that too. So it's just important to think about what you want as a kind of a start, your first goal, right?
Yeah.
As a crew, not necessarily as an individual. That's also a thing you should think about, but we'll get to that after you've made your character more.
Yeah, I think being a colonist is a cool scenario because again, it gets us out into space, and then whatever could happen.
So the colonist thing,
emergency or-
I think, is a cool thing to think about. The FTL stuff is like non-existent from this point backwards in the history. So the FTL is like just starting to be a thing as we play this game, and so it's not immediately like a safe.
We could be waking
thing to
up.
do.
We could be waking up on one of those. What's it calls it? Hope's Reach ships.
DSVs.
All right, so that was sort of like guiding lights or whatever, right? Like to go through the theme, to go through the inspirations, and to look at the different types of groups that you imagine just are out there doing stuff in the universe. Now, let's go past that and click on actual character creation 2512. So I'll read a brief little section from this, but I'm not going to read all of this. We already talked about how this is life path, etc. So I'm not going to explain that. You start at 18. A lot of that is determined by your stats and blah, 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 and all that stuff. But anyway, yeah. Before you start, in other skies, your abilities and skills aren't given to you on a silver platter, but earned through grueling training and past experience. It all starts by rolling the attributes. So let's go ahead and just do that. So click on stat generation. Let me know when everybody's in stat generation.
I'm
Yours will be the
creating
first.
a new actor, new character.
You will be, yep. So on the stat generation page, you'll see first make a new character here. New character. Click that and type in your name. Make sure it's set to be a traveler and
Type animal for use decided.
now on the actors tab, you should see your character in the 2512 folder. Just Just confirm.
Two.
Cool. Now make sure you have your character sheet pulled up so you can see all the stats, and it's just a blank character sheet at this point. We're gonna do this. Nobody's gonna skip ahead. We're gonna stay on the same term as each other so that we, until people like drop out and stuff, and then we will try to create connections as we go, and we will roll our stats one at a time, etc., so everybody can see what everybody's stats they rolled were, and it'll be very exciting. So nobody click the next button. We're gonna choose who goes first and pay attention to it. I'm not gonna choose though. I'm gonna let you guys choose. So who would like to go first amongst all of you? To roll stats, it's just volunteer. So that's fine. All right.
For our scores.
So the way that this is going to work is that once you click that button, it will roll all of them. And I have certain rules in place. You can't roll below a certain threshold. It will automatically do that. It'll automatically take care of it. But you have to put all of your scores down in order, and then you can swap two of them however you want.
I'll go first.
Well, I think Society Cities already was, but you can fight for it. We can roll off to see who goes first.
Roll off.
I do like the roll-offs.
Rollies.
Somebody might get killed in character creation.
I was going to say roll D6, but okay. Roll D20. See if you can beat a 4.
He's cheating already.
Dead.
Alright, so Society, you don't go first.
Thanks.
Alright, Psycho, go ahead and click the stat button. Stat generator.
Oh,
Alright, there's your stats.
Holy moly.
Write them down in order, and you may swap two of them.
Sorry about that. I will attempt to contain my excitement.
got some extremes in there.
You did.
I would like to swap Int and Charm.
Okay, wow. Space Troll.
And how did you roll a 2 though? You're not supposed to be able to roll. It should automatically re-roll anything below a 2.
Well,
It's not below a 2.
it didn't re-roll
2 or
double the
lower.
ones.
It was doing it yesterday when we tested it. Remember?
Any single die that's 2 or lower, so minimum 6.
Yeah, so he
That's
rolled.
interesting.
He rolled. What is it? The right number of stats? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's the right number of stats. Okay, well that one isn't right. So just re-roll. There were snake eyes, so just roll 2d6. I don't know
Can't
why
see
that.
the actual rolls.
The
I do.
7 was also a 2.
You can click them to see the actual rolls.
Okay. Yeah, so
Did that not
2
work for
was
some
snake
reason?
eyes.
Click the button again just to be sure.
Yeah, the
We
7
won't keep
included a 2.
Yeah, I see that. Click the button again just to be sure.
Did 2 and some 1s.
So it looks like your formula is like re-rolling if it's less than 3, which is different, obviously, than.
I don't know why it's doing that now.
Oh, it's like maybe re-rolling the total less than 3. Well, no, I don't know. You got a 2, so it's not working.
It was literally working yesterday, though.
Oh, see, the first one is saying 2d6 RR less than 3. The first 2 are, but then the next ones are not. They just say 2d6. So, like, the formula is only on the first 2 rolls, but not all the rolls.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's supposed to only be on 2 of your stats. I forgot. So that is right.
It's only on the first 2? Oh, it does say the first 2 are hero
yeah,
numbers.
the hero numbers. Yeah.
I see.
So it's working right. You're fine.
I mean, he's not fine. He's got a charm at 2.
That's not his charm.
Well, yeah,
But he's swapping. So.
Oh, yeah, if you swap it.
I swap a 2 and the 11 there. So I'd be smart, but not very charming.
All right.
Good stuff. Strong.
Those are our first stats. You can see them on stream there.
Interesting that you
pretty-
chose the first 2 to be
Yeah,
heroic.
it's a little interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Strength to dex, sure.
Yeah, I'm reading the thing here to make sure that that's how the hero number one's supposed to work.
I'll take strength of 12. That's good.
Interesting. So the way that the hero variant, the hero number variant is supposed to actually work is that you can take, so it's not you swap any two, it's that you can put the
Yeah.
the 2 hero numbers in any place you want.
That's sort of swapping them in.
It means you can swap more than the others, than the other way, but you can only swap with the hero numbers. That was how the hero thing works. So all right, so that's how that works. You understand, Psycho?
Nope, but I'm good with these
So basically,
ability
basically,
scores.
basically it means you would have a 12, 9, 8, 2, 6, 9, 7, 11. You would not be able to, that would be your stats in order, and you could take the 12 and the 9 and swap them to any of the other positions. But only the 12 and the 9, because of those are your hero numbers. So they can replace any of the other 2. So basically you get 2 swaps instead of 1 swap.
But only swaps with
only to the hero
hero.
numbers. Yes. So you can swap that 12 and 9 for any of those other numbers you want to.
Ooh.
But the 2 would then end up in strength or dex.
Yeah, that's true. If you were trying to swap to the 2 for one of those, yeah.
Well,
So,
I'm happy
I'll
with
let you think
swapping int and charm.
You can't, though. That's literally not how that works. You can only swap the first 2 numbers. So the 12 and the 9, the first 2 numbers that are rolled are your hero numbers. So you could swap one of those to int, and then swap the 9 to charm if you wanted to, or whatever it might be. But you can't swap 2 stats that don't have... Only the first 2 numbers can be swapped to other stats. Do you see how that
Okay.
works?
Yeah, at one point though you said on top of or in addition to or the extra swap.
Yeah, there's no extra swap. It's you get that instead. If you're doing the hero
So you can only swap
dice
the
method. Yes.
first 2. Okay.
To any other position with any other stat you have, except for Psi. Okay. So go ahead and figure out your stats. Who wants to go next? I'm gonna ask it Society since he was
Society hit him.
in the rollies.
All right. I just hit stat generator, right?
You just click stat generator.
You're gonna want to pucker up
Boom.
first.
Oh my god, I see too many ones. What are with all the ones?
It's re-rolling them. Okay.
Some of them. Ooh.
Some of them. All right, so those are your stats in order, and of those first 2, you can swap them to any other position, but only of the first 2. Which is more swaps than you got in Chronicle. It's overall better stats than you got in Chronicle, right?
It means
not
ideally
these
you would
ones.
want your lowest numbers to be
Oh,
your
yeah, it
first 2.
I mean, you didn't roll as well as you
they,
did.
they,
but-
they very unlikely won't be because you can't use the minimum. The first 2 are 6s because of
Right.
ones.
I'm just
and
saying
2 and the die getting
ideally,
dropped. Yeah, right.
Like
right,
your
that's-
super
that's freedom.
perfect hand, your
Yeah.
super perfect roll would be first 2 be 6s and then everything else be above 6s. And then
yeah, I can see that.
you would be able to swap out your lowest scores to wherever you wanted, but that's very not likely to happen.
Yeah, you're gonna want to avoid rolling 2s and 3s.
It's also only where you start. Keep in mind, in character creation, your stats can end up going up and down
Yeah.
depending on things. So.
Yeah.
Especially with the method that we use for skill generation stuff. But yeah, so just to go over one more time, those are all of your stats in order with your the character sheet from left to right. You don't touch psi, the last one on the sheet, the furthest to the right. You fill all those in, and then the first two, which would be strength and dex, can be swapped to any of the others. So if you wanted to move that 12 to education, you could swap those two, but then your dex would be very low or whatever. And keep on. If you're unhappy with a character at any point in character creation, we can start again from the beginning. But you can't go back a step or save scrum a character or anything like that. You have to scrap it, start over.
Yeah, you
Which
would
is
have
fine.
been. You would have been spaced.
That's what we're here for. Who would have been spaced? I don't know. There's a 3
No,
in
it's just
there.
a lot
but
of
there's some pretty good
extremes. Yeah,
stats.
you both have 11 and 12, and then
It's not a bad thing.
2 and 3.
All right, so
It's a statistical
write them down. Think about
unlikely.
where you want to put them. We'll get to it in a moment. Go ahead. Who is third?
Corbin, hit it.
But in general, this stat generation method will give you much higher stats than
Corbin
you had in
Dallas.
Chronicle. Oh, Jesus. That's pretty good.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Damn.
It's like, yeah, there's nothing low. There's nothing crazy high, but that 11's pretty damn good. It's,
Yeah, I'd probably
4
let
above
me-
9.
well, just write them down on your sheet in order,
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm
then
doing.
do
Down
the
first.
swapping as you
Flippy floppies.
go. And you can think about it, and we'll come back to everybody and see where your stats actually are. Or if, and I'm gonna remember as we go through this stuff, I'm gonna stop at certain points and say, does anybody want to restart their character? So we'll get to that question in the future. But fourth up, who was fourth? Paris.
Paris. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, that's a good reroll.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay.
Too bad. 3 and
Could be a
4.
lot worse.
Could be worse.
Yeah, good.
You got a 12 you can put anywhere, which is nice.
3 in social. That's not bad.
But we cannot play a bunch of space trolls.
Yes, we can. It'd be fine.
Write them down. Consider their order. You understand how it works. First two can be swapped to other positions.
Yep.
All right, and that's everybody's stats. We'll move on, but not until everybody's ready.
Not gonna swap.
You're not going to swap anything?
Nope.
Oh,
right.
you gotta give him a bonus skill for that.
A bonus skill for not swapping. I don't know about that.
I'm swapping. I'm doing 2 swaps.
Yeah, that's fine.
I could do the education route, which obviously guarantees like skill upgrades, but and you get a better start. I think you get more skill choices from the start.
It helps you with it. That and intellect.
But I did do that with Roman, so I might just fucking let the dice fall where they may. 12 dex. What dex is for, like, for shooting?
Yeah.
And then charisma's for, or charm, I'm sorry, is for,
Well,
like,
It's not always
schmoozing?
for charm is. It can be. I mean, it's like how generally just like likable you are in a vacuum. So, social supersedes it in most situations. But if it's just in a vacuum,
if we're,
nobody
like, on
knows
a
you.
station?
Charm comes up. What do you mean?
Little vacuum check.
Oh, I see.
He said that's how like you are in a vacuum.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Try to keep up.
I swap.
You're not getting a moon talking like that.
you're not, you know, in fact, Bane.
We'll let the audience be up to that.
I guess that's a good enough
audience
time to
decide.
mention. If anybody wants to spend some channel points, again, they're free. They're not real money or whatever. But you can throw your channel points at either myself or the player characters here. We prefer you to do the player characters, but if you want to be really evil, you can do me. But the way that it works is you can purchase what we call boons of fate with channel points for the players. A boon of fate is 4,000 channel points, and it gives a player a little buff that they can spend at any point to roll an additional d6 when they're making any kind of roll. So that can be for an attack roll or a skill check or something like that, and they would take the highest of 2, so they would drop the lowest d6. So there's a boon. There's also a thing called a bane, which is the opposite. They have to take the lowest. We're not using anything like that in there, but you can also add to the tension pool for 8,000 channel points, which adds a die to the bottom of the thing here that everybody can see how many we have. Once there are 5 of those built up, it automatically rolls and we see how many complications come up as a result, and they happen in real time. Don't waste your money on getting complications right now because we're in character creation. But if you do buy boons for people, they stay on them until they use them. Anyway, moving on. We got names. We got stats. Everybody's stats are done?
Yeah, I swapped my strength and my int,
Okay.
and my dex and my charm.
Okay. Now, we're about to enter the first stage of accumulating skills for your characters. I will not be asking if you want to create a new character until we hit the first term. At that point, if you want to re-roll or anything, you let me know, okay? But you'll see when the time comes if anybody wants to do that. So first, everybody go to background skills in the document. Once everybody's there, when I would give a boon for that. Nice, lunatic. Well, if you have the channel points, you can spend them. Probably takes a little while to save up 4,000 though. We haven't been streaming recently, so I doubt anybody's got a bunch right now.
I got a ton.
You're not supposed to spend all that. Okay. Is everybody on background skills?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's just go ahead and do the same order we just did. Psycho, would you please start by rolling? This is for your home world. Oh, you're a spacer.
Spacer.
Spacer/Mars/Luna/colony. So it can be your choice, obviously. This means you did not grow up on Earth, nor did you grow up in orbit around Earth. This means that you grew up basically like as a Belter or a Mars colonist or somebody that lived in the Jovian system. Who's next? I believe it is Society. Go ahead and roll.
The Jovian system?
Yeah.
Jupiter.
Where's that?
Jupiter.
Yeah, Jupiter. Go ahead and roll homeworld.
Jupiter and moons.
You too.
Jupiter and Mars.
You two grew up either as a spacer, Mars colonist, etc.
I'm from Luna.
You're basically like a Belter in the Expanse, if you want to think of it like that. More. There's a little bit less of that extreme divide in this world, but there's still a divide there. There's a pretty large political divide between the people that live out in the Jovian systems and stuff like that. There's been like recent talk of maybe even like a lot of the corporate entities that operate out there kind of have been doing stuff that has pissed off other members of the Soul Commonwealth Council, so there's a whole lot of politics between that. So there's like a lot of political divide between those different regions in the solar system. but the skill sets that you get between coming from Earth and coming from outside of Earth, basically, or the divide that we're interested in here. Who's
Maybe
next?
I want to be the scientist from Ganymede.
Absolutely. That's literally the Jovian system. Yeah. Earth. Maccal from Earth. All right. What's Maccal's character's name?
Oh shit, an Earth.
Make sure you claim your character there so I can see when you roll what your character is.
Spacer.
Spacer. So Maccal's the Holden, the one guy from Earth. Well, that's not true. Amos is from Earth. Nobody knew it in the beginning. Okay.
And then, sorry, we just decide, or you rolled another sub roll?
I'm getting to that. So, what do you mean? Sorry.
To which part of
Spacer?
So now that I'm non-Earth,
okay,
I just pick where I'm from.
Absolutely, yeah. Within that context, but we'll drill down to that as we go. The thing that's really important here is it determines which skills you can choose from on that list.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do now is take your education modifier, then add a +2 to it. And that's how many picks you get here. You get them at 0. Yay. That's how many picks you get, and you get them from that list. So if you rolled Spacer or whatever, you get it from that list. If you rolled Earth, you get it from that list. Your choice. There's no like order or anything. It's your choice.
And where do we pull these skills from?
You can
the
add them.
compendium.
You can add them manually, or you can search through the compendium. Use the 2E skills compendium to get the closest one that aligns, if possible. But it's fine to pull them from the other sources. You can always do a quick search by hitting Control Space.
I'll wait to Control Space for when the game starts.
I got that one. That was
Ah,
good.
nice.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Got him.
All right. So has everybody picked their skills?
Sort of.
No.
Does everybody understand how picking the skills here works? Does anybody have any questions? I will take the silence as a no, that nobody has any questions.
What skills
I don't
did
have
you
any
pick?
questions.
Venom.
I've got a sort of a character concept that I kind of had from previous, so I'm sort of more of a book learning type of person. So I'm gonna have basically all those types of skills: electronics, science, medicine.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe athletics.
I would say, as a rule of thumb, not to underestimate the importance of certain skills like backsuit.
Well, bro, you know,
Sacrifices have to be made.
sacrifices have to be made.
Because that's the skill that you'll be using for like zero gravity traversal and stuff like that. Like if you're doing an EVA and you don't want to fly off into space, it's your backsuit skill.
Sounds like a good narrative opportunity.
It's fair. And you might get backsuit from your career and all that. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions? Are we ready to move on past the homeworld skills?
Still doing data
Liar.
entry, but I can do that in the background.
I got my skills.
All right. So Psycho's got his skills. Society, do you have your skills?
Flyer 0. What is that in the skill list? I see flyer vector thrust. Is that what it is?
Yes, I don't know how you do that. You can. I'm just adding those manually if you have it at 0.
Manually.
Like science, that's what's taking long. I have to like they don't have to stay on 0 like general.
Oh, gotcha.
That I see, not in the Traveler 2 section. I mean, you could probably just pick one and just say 0. It probably doesn't matter, but
So we're using VTOL, keep that in mind. As the skill that we're using. It's right there next to it.
You can go to CD, and in the skills tab, they have just a science.
You can also just manually write it in. Click add skill and write in whatever.
It's also one in
Yeah.
CL.
We're using VTOL, you said?
Yes, we're not using flyer vector thrust. We're using VTOL and flyer as separate. Flyer is basically winged. It's the same thing. It's just how we were wording. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Well, they're both in there. That's weird.
Yeah, I know. It's they're all in there because we have every edition of Cepheus engine in there. So you're going to have lots of skills that are redundant by the nature of how all this all works. But it doesn't
And
matter which one you choose as long as you just use the same
Gotcha.
set.
When I choose one, the base level should be 0, right? Because it
Mhm.
defaults to -3 when I drag it
Yeah.
over. So
It
That's
defaults
true.
to -3 because that would be what you would roll if you're unskilled at it. So you can drag
Yeah,
any
that's
skill
what I
over,
thought.
and that's letting you roll that skill as untrained. But if you are trained in it, you start at a 0. And then there are compound skills like science, like Venom was talking about, how you'll start with science 0, but then once you get science 1, it's actually one of the specializations of science that you get a 1 in. There's no such thing as science 1.
all right. Well, I got mine.
Okay. Homeworld skills taken care of.
yes, I chose mine.
All right. Everybody done with that? Mako?
Yeah, well, do you want us to use the gun combat or make one called firearms? Because I think I can't find a firearms in any of them. I think it's gun combat, but this is called firearms.
Yeah. There's one in there called like gun combat.
Be ballistic
Slug.
or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is gun. I'm saying you
Long
wanna
arm
use gun
or
combat.
short
Yeah,
arm.
and I'm
you make the
using
firearms.
and exactly what Psycho just said, and I'm using long or short, etc.
So you would specialize long arm or short pistols or long arms.
Yeah, so you get gun combat slug long arm or gun combat slug short arm as
Yeah.
either one, your choice. No, I'm wrong. Slug gives you both of those at 0.
Oh.
Basically, it's like
And it's a
science.
specialization.
It's yes, and each of those is a specialization.
Wait,
So
say that? What gives you what?
Okay.
So, for example,
his Earth skill firearms
Uh,
slug
It gives you both?
gives him both.
at
That's
0,
cool.
yeah.
So is the same then for athletics that has 4 of them? Archery, dexterity, endurance, and strength. They're listed separately into each?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
So start with athletics 0. I think. I don't know. I thought there might be a special rule with that. I'll look it up.
No, it works just like everything else. Like you start at a 0, and that gives you a 0 in all of them, but then you have to specialize just like science from there up.
Okay. All right. Then I'll put them all in.
Okay. So now that we're
So
done with
for
the whole...
Oh,
What?
question.
Go ahead.
Spacer.
Yeah.
Melee 0. Is that blade bludgeoning and unarmed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. I'll be taking that, thanks.
Yeah, it's just like the way science and engineering works and stuff. Same idea. Okay, now that we're done with homeworld skills, there's a list down below that is shared between everybody, no matter what world they grew up on. You may choose one skill from that list and add it to yours. They are, of course, at 0. So go ahead and choose the skill. And remember, in the context of your life path, this is all stuff you picked up before 18 years old. Or by the time you're 18, be a better way of saying it.
So yeah, given my education, I get 2 from space and 1 from the other list.
Yeah, you don't add any to the other list. There's always 1 from that other list. But the first list, you get your education modifier plus 2. So if your education modifier is a +0, then you would just get 2. If your education modifier is a negative, you get that negative, so it reduces from the 2. So if you have a -1 to your education or something like that, then you would get less skills as a result.
From not learning as much.
Correct. You're less studious.
Staying with school, kids.
Yeah. All right, has everybody chosen their skill from that list?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think so.
I've got my skills.
All right. Venom, Makel, you both chose your skills?
Yes.
Yep, from that list. All right. So now we are done with the second list of skills. Does anybody have a social of 10 or higher?
Nope.
4,
I
it's
got-
close.
I got
Number
9.
6.
Okay, so if nobody has a social of 10 or higher, we skip over that. Doesn't matter. At this point, you are 18 years old and ready to take on the universe. Let's go ahead and choose. If you go individually, this is all of you now. You make these choices. You don't have to go to 1, but this is your first term that we're beginning right here. Do you want to go to pre-career education or straight to a career in your first term? Remember, you have to get into college or whatever it might be. What do you try and do? That's military academies, etc. I have a whole section here dedicated to pre-career education. What are you doing?
Paris is going going to try to go to college.
Okay. Who all is trying to do pre-career? So, Paris, Bailey,
I will.
Lean, Corbin, you gonna try or not?
Well, I'm reading because I'm not gonna go to college or anything, but I was looking through what else there's a School of Hard Knocks.
Yep. There's also the Spacer community that you can do if you were from
Yeah, but
not
I'm an
Earth.
Earther.
Yeah.
What is the space?
I like how School of Hard Knocks automatic entry of social is 6 or less.
Just go to the pre-career
that.
section and you can read it.
That's pretty good.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Graduation. It's 7+. My endurance is 7.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a roll though.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
not. That's a roll that you'll make when the time comes.
Yeah. I'm going to do School of Hard Knocks.
Okay, so everybody's going to try pre-career education. Let's just stick with the order we've been going with this whole time. Psycho, what pre-career education were you going to attempt?
A military academy.
Bailey wants to get into the military academy. All right, military academy. Blah, 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 blah. First thing you have to do is tell me which type.
Navy.
Navy. Okay.
I am throwing my dart at pilot.
All
We'll
right.
see what we get, but
It's not easy to get into the Space Navy. It requires a successful int check, that's intellect, of 8 or higher. Let's see what you get.
If you couldn't figure out what 8 meant, you're probably not smart
That's
enough.
not it.
That was a 6. That means you do not get into the Naval Academy.
swing and a miss.
All right. We're putting you on pause for a moment. I'm heading to the next person. That will be Society. Society, you wanted to do pre-career education. Which pre-career education did you choose to do? Or to try to do?
I think I.
Kind of far from
Yeah,
your mic.
I think I will try and go for just space community count for Luna.
If you rolled for the second thing, you can roll on space or community. Luna doesn't necessarily mean that you like lived on Luna. It just means like you could have lived around it in its hemisphere,
Okay.
etc. Luna is basically a separate, like when people talk about the nations of Earth and stuff, Luna is like the 15th nation of Earth, like up in the Balkanized states that still exist. But Luna is much more it would be the richest one, right? It's almost powerful enough to control its own, so it kind of has its own sphere. But culturally, it's pretty removed from Earth, but it's the closest to Earth culture that any of the spacer cultures have.
And now, since it's been around for quite some time now, like Hope's Landing, and things have expanded beyond the Shackleton crater.
Yeah, Artemis City is rather enormous. There's also a second and third city on Luna as well that are much smaller.
So-
that started from the Chinese bases that were built hundreds of
Is
years
there
previous.
neglected areas?
Well, Luna is kind of like the most shining example. When you're thinking about the Expanse, remember how Mars was in like season 1, where they were like, holy shit, Mars's ships are like taken care of the best, and they're like all super, like everybody was almost militant, right? That's Luna in this scenario more than Mars. Like Mars is more of like your cowboy colonists, but like Luna is very regimented, and they got much more so after the events of Hope's Reach, when one of the ships ended up, they know something went wrong with it, and a bunch of people were lost, and
That's outrageous.
Jared Assyrian like turned
Blew
to
up.
mist in front of everybody. Nobody like understood what the hell that was. They considered it like a terrorist attack or whatever. And those events made Luna kind of become a little bit more insular, etc. So they're a little bit more militant than some of the others, but they're still spacer culture.
I imagine
So,
that
yeah.
they were like refugees, kind of like in that era, given that Earth was
They're very rich.
in a nuclear war.
They're very, very rich. They're like one of the richest bodies in the entire solar system. They are pretty like fervently insular about protecting their, what it means to be from Luna and all that stuff. But they're like a nation of Earth, basically. They're the closest thing to being an Earth nation you could be while still being a spacer.
So would there be like an outer colony associated with Luna that is somewhat dilapidated with time, or just like in lack of resources at all because of whatever reason?
Not really like on Luna, no. They're like the most taken
Okay.
care of kind of colonies. They're not they're like, it's all connected. Everything on Luna is like literally a train ride from everything
What do you
else on
thinking,
Luna.
society? What do you thinking?
I think I can make it work. I think I will have escaped.
If you want like
Luna.
leftover stuff, like Mars is lots of that, like dilapidated stuff, because it's really hard to colonize Mars, and they've been trying for a very long time. And there's no like terraforming that's been successful or anything like that. So it's all these little dome places out there in the middle of Mars. Some of them were literally started by private ventures. Like some corporation was like, we're gonna be one of the first ones on Mars, and it's been going for 120 years, but it's barely kept together, that kind of thing. If you want that, that's on Mars.
What about like an asteroid, like little?
There's absolutely
Yeah.
tons of that shit. There's tons.
I'm
of
thinking
all
I'm
over the
gonna
belt. There's straight up
be
belter
kinda
stuff
like
out there.
a Luna runaway, and like running away from that life, and then I'm gonna go into like some sort of orbital habitat or asteroid belt community. So I think I'm gonna choose the spacer community for my educational background.
Yep, that works. Yeah, you left Luna. This is your first term, right? You were 18 years old. You left Luna at 18, and you went out into the belt, or whatever, and out to like Ganymede or something if you want to be in the Jovian system. The belt's probably the best for what you're talking about, like if you want a rundown nowhere station or asteroid base, it's going to be in the belt. If you want some like dust hopper station, it would be, or dust hopper colony kind of place, it would be on Mars.
Like an asteroid area that maybe was a rich mining place for a while, and then that's how they built it up, and then now it's like, all right, it's all mined out, and they kind of like shifted away, but there's still people kind of hanging on there, something like that.
All right, so let's go ahead and see if you get in. First of all,
Automatic if homeworld size code 0.
Yeah, don't worry about the automatic part because that's for later. That's for later in the after FTL stuff is more common. But basically, you just got to roll an int. It's a success. You would also get an additional +1 to that if your dexterity is above an 8.
Okay. It is.
Okay.
Cool. So I successfully made it to the space community. I talked my way in. Yeah, I kind of want that. I did not have that last game, and it was used.
Wow, so that straight up just gives you Vac-Suit 1.
It does. You get Vac-Suit 1 basically.
You don't live long out there without some Vac-Suit.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages to all of them, you know what I mean?
Oh, lost Psycho.
They lost Psycho.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully he comes back soon.
No.
It'll just be a blank thing up there for a moment. He pops back in, it should appear on his own, so I don't really have to do much to make that happen. But let's continue. You got in, you got Vac-Suit 1, and then you get to choose 2 of those skills. And again, you get them at 0 or whatever they are there. Which they're all at 0. So that's astrogation, electronics, engineering, or a profession. Profession's pretty good. That can be a lot of
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's like a lot of stuff. Like that can be like salvage. That can be. It's dependent on what your profession
literally
is.
a job. So like
yes, exactly.
Bartender, performer, whatever
like
job you can think of.
When you choose profession, you put the profession in parentheses after it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So it's relative
Anything
to what
that
you
would
did.
Apply to that.
Absolutely.
And in Traveler,
it's
pretty open-ended.
You could absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty
you can
interesting.
actually use.
That's why
that's a
profession's
clever
pretty
tool.
good. Yeah.
That's a clever one.
Yeah, profession's a very good skill for that reason, because you could be like, profession bartender. Hey man, I was a bartender. That bartender's always
so
dealing with crowds of
people.
people, right?
Yeah.
Like, can I help manage?
I was basically a psychologist, right?
Like, there's so much shit like you can do with depending on what you were, and it also gives you a history where you're like,
and you know me, I like to debate.
So
you can also like use it, like if you have like, oh, we're gonna be on this planet for a few months, you can say, well, I'm gonna go ahead and get a job at a tending bar.
That's kind of neat idea.
And you make money with it in downtime.
Such money, yeah.
It can be very good. And again, if it was like you were doing salvage stuff, obviously you would have engineering skills and things like that. But you could put in like profession, something like related to salvage, and it might come up. You might be able to use that in certain situations or whatever.
Yeah, like team leading.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good info.
Yep. Why don't we go ahead, since Psycho's already done his role and stuff, that's good. We'll go ahead and get everybody else's pre-education roles in, and then we'll take a real quick break, and then we'll come back. We'll just,
I need to use
be pretty loose. But I gotta use the restroom too, but we'll give Psycho a few minutes by taking a break for that. So let's get everybody else rolled in here now. You succeeded. Go ahead and choose your skills. And I believe it was Venom and then Mad Cow. Is that the order we were doing? Psycho,
No, Mad Cow's
Society,
usually
Mad
first,
Cow.
but-
Okay, Psycho, Society, Mad Cow. Mad Cow. You wanted to get into
Hard
Hard
Knocks.
School of Hard Knocks. All right, cool. School of Hard Knocks. I forget what you have to roll for that. I think it's int.
7.
Oh, but then you made it then.
Yep.
Where is it on the list here?
I don't know. Do you even have to?
There
I
it
don't
is.
know.
There it is.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see how you get in, but
Oh wait, no, yeah, I was actually that's
That's
graduation.
graduation.
Actually, is in
Yeah,
7.
Yeah, I'm looking
Entry
at the,
automatic if social 6, but mine's not.
if 6 or lower. So if you're
Right.
Yeah, mine's not.
if you're scum, you automatically get in. Is how they see it. So
is that
let
the
me.
only way to get in?
I'm looking real quick just to make sure. Hold on, the PDF's being weird and laggy. Give me a second. Give Sumatra a moment to wake up. So I'm flipping through the PDFs.
is that?
I was about to say you probably have a ton saved in there still.
Yeah, yeah, I have a million tabs. It's under career, traveler creation. If you click on the traveler creation, left tab, and then scroll through. Military. That's where his Hard Knocks.
Would you say that mechanic and engineer would use like intelligence mainly?
Sorry, say that again.
Would you say
I
that
was
mechanic
wondering
and
that
engineer
too.
skills would use intelligence mainly?
I mean, they use it a lot, but not necessarily, not exclusively.
I would
have an
think
intelligence
like
of 3.
education.
Should I
So you
switch
could argue
that with
education for a
one
lot
of my hero
things.
skills?
I mean, it's up to you.
Like, I'm
but
wondering
if
if Dex
if you want to
is
be a good
l-
engineer, you're
yeah.
gonna want a pretty high Dex and Int if you're trying to be an engineer mechanic guy, right?
I want a high dex also.
Those would be the two that you would mostly be rolling for engineering roles and stuff to repair things. It would be like mechanic and engineering, int and dex would be the most two. But there would be sometimes that would be like endurance if it was something you were working on a long task on, or depending on what the specifics of the task are, right? But those would be by far the most common too. Endurance would obviously come up sometimes. All the physical stats can come up, right? Depending on the situation. You're never gonna be perfect, no matter what. That's okay though.
With an int of 3, does it make sense that I would have any kind of ability like that? Like mechanical? I feel like yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Skill, not a innate thing that you grow, right?
Like those junkyard mechanics who like know everything about an engine based on the sound, but it's like I
again,
can't do
end
math.
of 3 is only -1. Like it's not actually that bad.
Int of 3. Okay, that's a good point.
Like it doesn't.
I hadn't
Yeah,
thought
they
about it like
really
that,
don't
yeah.
hurt that much. So it's just like, yeah, is a super smart mechanic better than you? Then they're gonna have an easier time, sure, but like it's not that big of a deal.
Okay. So I'll keep my dex high. That way I'm versatile, and as far as combat goes.
Yeah, right.
All right. So for the School of Hard Knocks, it's in the companion. So let me pull that up. The Traveler Companion. Go into it.
It doesn't say, which I feel,
I'm looking. Hold on. Where's companion? Range vehicle handbook. Companion, there we are. And over here, so it's easier to reference. Full of hard dogs. Oh, okay. Yeah. That is correct, Mad Cow. It's not something that it's basically a thing that if you are denied by your low social from everything else, you automatically get into.
Yeah, it's like more of a punishment than a. Not that it doesn't have unique opportunities, but
yeah, just like the prisoner career.
Because you could still just be a thief, right, or whatever that whatever that role is. So I think that's probably what you're getting at. Whereas this is kind of like you fell out.
Yeah. So yeah, the way that you get into the School of Hard Knocks is by having a social of 6 or lower. It's automatic if you want to do that.
So just maybe just skip that and go for a rogue career kind of.
Yeah.
Which is again more likely to like something you try to be in versus something you accidentally end up becoming.
Yeah.
But same basic. I'm sure it's a similar skill set.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be argued that the way we're also doing skills from the way that we're doing pre-career education, the benefits that it gives you are a little bit lessened than they are in the default thing, because the advanced skills that you would in some versions have to have gone through pre-career education to be able to roll on that table, we're ignoring that rule to a degree. You can roll on that table if you have gone through pre-career education, but you can also roll on that table if you just have an education of 8 or higher, no matter what. So to some degree, as long as your education stat's high enough, it lessens the benefits or like makes up for the lack of going to pre-career education. Of course, careers are also in themselves maybe a better pool of skills anyway. But
Brad, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Brad? I just saw you there, bud. Cool, man. We're making characters, dude. It's fun. All right. So you can choose your career if you want to try and get into a career there, Mad Cow. We can give you a moment and come back to you and let Venom do it, their thing first if you want. Is that what you would like, or would you like to make a qualification roll now?
I'm looking through.
All right, Venom.
Careers.
Yeah,
all right, I'm trying to go to university, so enroll in education.
That's correct.
All right, it's in routine roll.
Yep, it's 6+. You got it?
All right, it's 8. Okay. So now I'm done for now, and I'll just choose my skills and get education +1.
That's right. And then we will take a break because I need to pee, but I was going to wait for Psycho to come back, but he came back, so that's good. We don't need to worry about any of that. It automatically worked, which is awesome. Either way, I have to pee. We'll be right back. Hey, we're back. Okay. I
Hello,
peed,
bud.
in case people were curious. That's what. And then we took another longer break.
You
All
should
right.
get that
So.
checked if it-
Oh yeah, it's a long pee. So Mad Cow, you were going to get into a career of your choice. You were going to try to, and then I believe who else was it that did not get into? Oh yeah, it was Psycho. You did not get into the military academy, so you were going to try to get into the Navy, I believe. So before we go any further, I'll just say this so that the audience can hear it. For the sake of clarification, the roles, the general roles on a ship, is what I'm going to talk about. We talked about this very briefly for a moment during our break, but the roles, think of them as hats. People can wear different hats. People can wear multiple hats, but these are all the different roles that may exist, or essentially some of them kind of have to exist in some form or another aboard a ship in the system. So we've got captain, pilot, astrogator, maintenance, medic, steward, administration, broker, engineers, gunners, and marines if you have any kind of foot soldiers that are interacting with your type of stuff. So that could be security personnel or whatever. But those are all the various roles. Now, again, people are going to be wearing a lot of hats. In previous Traveler campaigns, we've had, the pilot and the captain be the same person, or the steward, astrogator, maintenance person all be one person, etc. Just keep all that stuff in mind, as again, I've said it before, but we're creating a crew, not a character. So just think about how all those fit into each other. Now let's go ahead and roll
2 or
those
3 dozen
careers.
characters, we'll have them all covered.
That's fair.
I know.
You can hire people. You can absolutely hire people. That's where Solomon came from.
Fucking strangers in my boat.
Well, hire somebody you like.
Solomon's alright. He was cool. He was like Scruffy from Futurama. That's why I liked him. Kept to himself. A man of moral integrity. Kept to himself. Didn't ask questions. It's perfect.
Find another NPC you like and hire them if they're useful.
I don't like anyone.
Space them if they're not.
We'll see what happens. Maybe you'll have friends that come up through your character creation.
Or enemies.
Maybe.
Hire
all right.
our enemies. Keep them close.
Keep them close.
Mad Cow, you've decided on your career.
Yeah, I'm a citizen worker.
Okay, you're gonna try and do that.
Yep. Which qualification is education 5+? Does that mean skill or role?
Means you have to roll.
A roll.
Education. Well, maybe I'll be a citizen. Let's see.
If you fail this, you go into the draft.
I think I feel like you missed the electronics ship role for things like sensors and comms.
It's not one of the ones listed in the
Six.
thing here. There is an other one, so I guess that would include stuff like that, yeah.
Seems like a major role
I don't
So you made
disagree.
in my role.
So you made it.
I'll
But you're
go ahead
right.
and roll for
Electronics
Navy.
are used for a lot of stuff, like countermeasures, all the comms stuff. I don't know if that's like a singular role, but probably something you could put under one of the others ones. Just wait. But yeah, that makes sense.
16 thing?
Like your maintenance guy might want electronics too.
I made it into the Navy.
All right, so there we go. Mad Cow, you were doing which particular assignment was it? Worker?
Sure.
All right, a blue-collar worker on an industrialized world like Earth, which is where you're from. So
Makes sense.
I live on a world like Earth.
you're from Earth, and you are an industrialized. It's an industrialized worker. It's an industrialized world, and you're a worker on that world, a blue-collar worker. Okay,
It's a lot like Earth.
indeed it is.
I work at a sex robot factory.
All right,
Doesn't get the
and
space.
and
I was going for flight.
you were going for flight. Okay. Navy. Flight. You are a pilot of a shuttle, fighter, or other light craft. All right, so just keep that in mind as we move forward. We are going to do the people that got into their career education stuff first, because it's a little simpler to just finish those off, and then we'll handle the career stuff as we go through. But we'll handle them, I think, in order to keep it from getting too confusing. Since we're gonna do it one phase at a time, we'll handle one person, then jump to the next person, and kind of get them finished within the term. Does that make sense to everybody else to do it that way? All right. So, of the pre-career education people, because we'll do the career ones second, since they're a little bit longer. Who wants to go first?
Who were those? I was one of them.
Yeah, it's you and
so go ahead.
Venom.
Sure, I'll go. Into my space, diving deeper into my space or community.
So I think you would do pre-career event next.
Yeah, so let's see. You went in there and you recorded your skills already from getting it, right?
Yeah, I was able to pick 2 from the
You
list.
picked 2. Yep. Gain 2 skills from that at 0. You gain skill listed above at 1. Yada. Now it's time to go into the flowchart.
Flow chart. So.
Well, just move through the flowchart. You don't have to look at it if you don't want to, but we'll talk through it. But anyway, so basically, you would. Do you choose education? Yes. You passed? Yes. You went education. You roll for graduation now, basically, to see if you would get.
No, so you need. I think you need your event first.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Gain your skills. Gain your skills.
Events during.
Yeah, and then roll for an event. You're right.
Yeah, events during.
Pre-career event.
So make sure you wrote down all of your skills first, though, that you got from your education. Okay.
Oh, actually, I want to note which ones I got from what real quick. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, make sure you're writing that down in the bio on your character sheet. That's very important to remember for later on. That's where your own events will go and stuff like that.
Spacer community. Okay.
All right. Now roll an event.
Pre-career event.
Life event. Roll on the life events table.
Oh,
That's over on the left there. So if you just click on life events, then there's a button for life events.
Good luck.
Betrayal. You are betrayed in some fashion by a friend. If you have any contacts or allies, convert one into a rival or enemy. Otherwise, gain a rival or an enemy.
Nice.
Ooh, life event. Betrayed. Where'd it go? It was over here. Your betrayal is affected by Francesco.
Now you would roll for graduation. If you graduate, you'll get some extra skills.
I did gain an enemy.
You did.
And I roll for skills, you said?
Nope. You roll to see if you graduate, and that determines if you get any skills.
I combined the whole thing into one thing. So, what do I need to roll for graduating? Let me go to...
It is a int of 8 or higher.
8 or higher. Uh-oh.
And you add a +1 if your dexterity is 6 or higher.
It is, yeah.
So well, you still did not graduate.
Ooh! By
Right.
like 1
No.
He has to roll an 8. He rolled a 6.
Ooh.
+1.
Yep. So he rolled a 7. All right, so you don't get the graduation benefits. Roll for graduation, pass or fail, start a new term, you're done. So that's the end of your pre-career education right there. The end of your first term. So you are now 22 years of age. So record that on your sheet.
22. All right.
Okay. So that finishes you out for your first term.
So I don't gain anything else because I didn't graduate.
Correct. You're done now. That's it.
Ooh.
Well, you still got skills. So next up, other pre-career person, that was Paris. Paris, if you would please. What were you doing? Where did you go? You went to university, right? Paris? Venom? Hello?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm university. I went majoring in advocate and minoring in electronic sensors.
Okay. So you
life
chose...
events.
So yeah, you choose a level 0 and a level 1 skill from that list. Those are the ones as your major and minor, as you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Now you would roll a life event. You would roll an event, and it may be a life event. Taking advantage of youth. You party as much as you study. Gain corrals 1. Hey.
Not that kind of girl, or at least I wasn't.
University changes people.
All right, that's your event.
All right.
Now roll for graduation.
Love that.
Graduation is an int. You have to get a 6 or higher. If you roll above a 10, you graduate with honors.
I get crowds at 0 or 1?
Yeah,
1?
at 1.
That's okay. All the crowds wrong, but all right. Okay, int roll. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Okay, you make it.
6 passes.
Oh, nice.
6 passes. Just barely, but you graduate.
I got too much stuff open. I couldn't even see that. But...
Not with honors, but you graduated.
Not with honors.
So you increase both of the skills chosen before by 1 level.
Yeah.
Why was mine an 8?
The different schools have different requirements. Some are harder to graduate, some are easier to graduate, some are harder to get in. Yeah, some are harder to get in, and some are easier to get in, for example. Yours was a much easier one to get into.
Education 14.
You also get more skills in yours just by default.
DM +1 to qualify for the following careers, so I'll have to remember that.
Yep. Make note of that. Make sure you're writing all this stuff in your biography as you're going.
Yeah.
So you took a minor and a major.
Yeah.
And got an EDU increased by 1.
A total of 2, but yeah.
And then because you graduated, both those skills you selected go up 1.
Yes.
Yep.
And you
so
gain
now have
another EDU.
That's why you got a total of 2.
Yes. So I have 2 of advocate and 1 in electronic sensors.
Damn. Just making sure I'm following along.
You are not in a military career, so all the commission stuff we ignore that. We're not worried about all that stuff. So,
what do you mean? I could be. That would be. That's basically meaning if I go into the military, I would be.
Yes. Yeah. Well, if you want to do your next term, it allows for a roll for you to get commission.
Before, yeah, right. But you start as an officer, going in.
If you succeed on that roll.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But there's more specifics. If you're doing the military career, it's like either I can't remember. It's like easier or something like that. Or not career.
I'm not
academy. But anyway, so that's the 2 pre-career. Let's do the career people because they're a little bit more involved. Who would like to go first between Mad Cow and Psycho?
I will.
All right.
So
which career did you choose?
Navy, flight.
Navy flight. All right. Navy flight. Gotcha. All right. So first step here for you is you chose your career. You passed. So this is your first term in your career. So now you get what's called basic training. Now this is going to be true for everybody else in their first term in a career, but the other people have done pre-career stuff so far, so they haven't gotten this yet, but they will. Now, the way that these skills work is a little different. The basic training, we don't do the way the mongoose do it. We do it like one of the CFS methods. So, if you look under careers overview, where I was talking about earlier, that explains all the little details of all these little things in there. You can look under basic training for clarification on that if you need to reread it, but I'll read it this one time. Instead of receiving all of the skills on the service skills table at level 0, characters gain 2 skill rolls in term 1, and then 1 skill roll each subsequent term. These skill rolls can be from any of the tables, but acquiring advanced education requires an education stat of at least 8, or graduation from a university or higher education. Okay. Everybody follow? All right. So Psycho, for basic training, that means you get 2 rolls for your first term in this career. And each subsequent term, you'll make an additional roll. That can be on any of those tables. Please tell us what table it is before you roll it, and give us a roll.
I plan on going service skill and flight.
Okay. Service skills first. 1.
Pilot.
That's a good one for you.
Nailed it. Got it.
All right, service skills, and then what was the other one? Flight?
Yes.
Now these are not at 0. These are +1 to the skill. So if you already had a 0 in there, you would get a 1 in it. If you had a 2 in it, you would get a 3. You get the idea. Anyway. By all means, please go ahead and roll. Gunner. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, that completes this phase of basic training. So don't worry about that until your next term. But now you choose a skill table and make a roll on that skill table. So your choice now. Well,
Yeah.
it was also your choice again, but you get 1 roll for your first term here.
I will go personal development.
All right, personal development. Roll d6, please. Endurance +1. It's quite good. Okay, now we make the survival roll. This is to determine if you stick to this career, what happens if something bad happens to you. There'll be mishap if you fail. There'll be a event if you succeed. So each career has its own survival requirements. For Navy flight, I believe survival is a dexterity of 7+. Please roll it.
Oh no.
Oh, snake eyes.
Wow.
Well, you did not survive your career
You
as
died.
in the flight.
We'll see.
That's not yet, but that means you have to roll a mishap on
New
the mishaps
character.
table. Each career has their own mishaps, so just go ahead and roll me a d6 on the mishaps table.
I'm trying to type
Come here.
mishaps. I'm spelling it wrong like 7 different ways.
Placed
Come
in
here.
the frozen watch, cryogenically stored on board ship and revived improperly. Reduce strength, dexterity, or endurance by 1 due to muscle wastage. You are not ejected from this career as a result of this, however.
Nice. Ish.
To reduce one of your
Well-
physical stats by 1 point, and you can still continue in the career if you choose, which is very rare for failing a survival roll, so...
I guess I'll lower that endurance I gained. So
Yep. So you were a victim to some of the early prototypes of the hypersleep technology, my friend.
Been there.
That's a good bit of character background to have. Sucks to lose a physical stat, but you know. Them's the
Like it never
breaks.
happened, though.
The curse is going to get someone to take. It's already starting.
You haven't lived until you died in character creation.
Yeah. Oh, I should have worn my shirt.
I know. I was just thinking.
I don't
that
even know where
too.
it's at. It's in one of my drawers, like, because I roll all my shirts up, and I don't know which one is which.
Can't see the label. Yeah.
Yeah, I should have worn it. That would have been good.
all right, so I rolled my mishap. Now what?
All right, so your mishap, being what it was, allows you to continue in the career, but so now you have the choice: are you leaving your career? Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay, so no.
Not leaving my
Sucks,
career.
All right.
Missed a lot of your. You don't get to roll for advancement or anything.
Yeah, I missed out on the event and commission and advancement.
Yep. So
Yeah.
you'll just basically be done with this phase of character creation. Make note of the term. Make note that you have added 4 more years, or you've added 4 years to your age. So you would be now 22.
Yep.
And that's all you get. We will come back to you in a moment. Mad Cow. Which
Yep.
career had you chosen to try to enter?
I'm assistant worker.
Oh yeah, you succeeded on that. That's right.
I made it.
Yeah, I remember. All right, you are a worker. You now, let's go to your thingy shangle here. So first thing you get is basic training, which, as I described earlier, is 2 rolls on any of these tables.
For the first roll, I'll do personal development.
Okay.
Oops. Wait.
Just a D6. There you go.
Okay.
Personal development 5 is, where's that at? Drive.
Drive.
Alright.
Hover, mole, tracked, walker, wheeled.
Well, if you
Okay.
don't have the skill already, it's at 0, so you would
Yep, I don't have
all
any
of it at
drive.
0. Yeah. All right. Now you get 2 for your first term in a career, so choose another one
So for the second one,
for basic training. Any table.
I thought that wasn't true. Oh, okay.
It is.
I thought beyond base. Oh no, for base. Well,
Nope, it's basic. Basic training is 2 rolls on any table you want, and then 1 roll for your first term in that career, for your first term only, and then
Yeah.
one roll every term, every subsequent term in that career. You get.
But I thought once you get that stage, when you're rolling the tables, you don't get zeros anymore. You basically go straight to 1.
No, it's if you don't have it, it's +1 is what it counts as basically. The only time you get 1 is when it says 1. But some of them do say 1, right? They'll say like
Yeah.
engineer 1, etc. Anyway,
Well, right.
it's always a plus. If it doesn't say anything, it means plus. If it does say something, it sets at that number.
Yeah, I agree. I get that, but I just thought you'd go straight to 1.
No, not as
That
of, not using this. Anyway, the normal basic training is you get a big list of stuff at 0. We don't.
Yeah,
we're not
right.
doing that.
Which makes
we're doing the +1 method.
Right.
But anyway, continue, Macau.
All right, so then I'll roll the second one on service skills.
Okay. Melee.
Perfect. That's literally what I wanted. Okay,
So that's all the melees at 0, as we said before. Psycho
bludgeon,
can
natural,
help you
unarmed.
with that if you need it. Yep. All right, and now,
All right.
not as part of your basic training, you can roll 1 on any of these tables. So you have basically 3 for your first stuff here, first rolls.
Let's do. We'll do personal development again.
All right. Give me a d6. Carouse. Okay, cool, very cool. Now that's all of your skill rolls for your first term in the career. Blah blah blah. So hold on. You got your basic training. Now you have to roll for survival.
All right.
If you survive, you roll an event. If you fail, you roll a mishap, basically.
And it's education.
See, which one were you? Worker? Yeah, education 8+. Or no, that's advancement. Sorry.
Survival's
4,
endurance 4.
Yeah, it's endurance 4, so it's pretty easy to survive.
Where do you see that on the? Oh, I see it now. Survival, endurance 4. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So just go ahead and give me an endurance roll.
Clicked it. Okay, didn't pop up. There we go.
That's a success.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
you survive, that's good.
I need
Obviously.
2 seconds to pull this thing out of the oven.
Oh, okay.
I heard it beep. Yeah.
I heard it too. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Where's the table y'all are rolling on? Do I need to worry about that?
It's career specific, so
Not
you
yet.
decide what your next career is.
Where do I look
And,
at?
and there's actually
Okay,
multiple
so-
tables. You enter the 7 careers section. So just to be clear, Seneca, so when you normally, again, basic training might be different because you're using an alternate rule, but normally when you roll on these tables, whatever it says, you get that at 1, not 0.
For your normal stuff, yes, but not the
Yes,
basic
normal
training
stuff.
roll.
Yeah.
The basic
Alright,
training is a +1, and it's 2 on your first term and a thing, and then 1 on every term after that in it, instead of rolling. So,
Well, I
so
would say again, it wouldn't.
4
I mean,
basic
again, you don't-
training. No, 4 basic training. The way that
Yeah,
the basic training rule
you
we're
just get it
doing
at
is
0. Yeah. Okay.
we don't get it at 0. You just get a +1.
Yeah, but I mean, again, normally there's no.
If you
Normally
had
you
a 0,
can't
it
get
wouldn't
0. Normally 0 is a special thing for essentially
for basic training.
pre-educated or basic training. Yeah.
Correct. But if I didn't have it work that way with this, and you would never be able to get a 0 through basic training, right? So
Yeah. Right.
yeah.
I understand that. Just want to clear. 'Cause we had
So
looked
all the careers are open to me right now.
Yeah,
If you can get
you can
in.
try to get in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, there are certain caveats to certain ones, a little bit. Yeah.
So I survived.
But basically, you
you
pick what you
survived.
want. If you don't get in, you go into the draft or like something. Right.
All right.
School Hard Knocks.
So you survived. So now you would roll an event. So roll on your event table for your career.
Event table 2D. Uh, 5.
Let's see where your citizen events 5. Your business expands. Your corporation grows or the colony thrives. Gain a dice modifier of +1 to any one benefit roll. So make note of that. So that when you muster out, you can choose which benefit roll to put that +1 on.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Now, that's your event. Let's see. You can
I'll
choose.
try to
Let's
advance.
see. Blah, blah. There's no commission for this. So now you would roll for advancement. Which, again, each career has its own.
Yeah, mine's
I believe yours was just
education
worker.
8. Yeah, I don't know about
education
this.
8 or higher.
I'm not too educated. I'm edited. Nope. No advancing.
You do not advance. So you are still rank 1, or rank 0 rather, which is just nothing, basically. If you made
Fuck
it to...
you.
Once you make it to rank 2, you would be like a technician, and you would get professional 1 for free, basically, by getting that. But, all right, so that's the end of your first term. Make note of your events and everything. Write that all down, because you're gonna be choosing to connect to that with each other here. So that's the end of everybody's first term. Every single person now in this group has finished that first term. So let's go ahead and talk about connections. Within this time, basically. So, oops, I collapsed my list. There we go. That was weird. But you can take, basically, you know how connections work. I don't need to explain to you guys, but when you would form a connection, every one of you can get 2 of them. You can connect one of your events in your past to one of the other people, and when you connect, you get a +1. So +1 to any skill of your choice, except for Jack of all trades. When you do that, so would anybody like to connect to anybody's event in term 1?
Was anyone on Luna during this period?
My ass was frozen.
I kind of left Luna. What were you doing on Luna?
I was in university, but I spent a lot of time in the bars. So if you aren't, maybe you can ran into you outside of university.
It's possible.
Well, look at what your life events are and see how you can connect them to one another.
That
I was
my life
betrayed.
event. Uh-oh.
But I was already a spacer at that point. I was already on like a colony station.
So you just have to connect to one person's event. You don't have to connect both of your events to each other. So if you wanted to connect to Paris because of the carouse day, and your life event was you partied hard, right? Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to connect to that, you could have been like you literally just partied with them at some point.
But I am basically studying to be a journalist. So like, if maybe I latched onto your story about wanting to get away and kind of get out to space, and maybe just like talk to you a lot about that. And
I think that would be neat to
why
like
you
catch
wanted
up after all that, like you pursuing that later. Trying to get out there and seeing what I've been up to.
And yeah, given that ultimately I become a traveler, obviously, yeah, maybe that kind of would have been particularly interesting to me.
Because my intention is to kind of like remain trying to do the same thing that I went out to do in my first term, which is basically that stay out among the stars.
Hermit.
Yeah. Simple
hermit.
life, hard but simple life.
So it's a good opportunity to make a connection before you leave.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like we run into each other kind of right at that turning point for me when I like finally decide. Maybe the conversation with you, that'll be cool. Like we both owe each other kind of in a sense. Like, and we didn't even realize how much we affected the other with that conversation. Maybe. Right. Until we meet up years later.
Help deep in your thoughts about why you were doing it or what you were looking for.
So you know what? Fuck this. I'm out. Yeah. And then you think it's slow burn. I like that.
But what did you teach me?
Oh, I have to teach you something?
Well, I mean, we each gain a skill as a result of this connection, but we have to figure out
how that happens.
What's all skills?
Yeah, all
Anything you
skills.
can BS your way into. Oh, he's listening. Shit.
Is there a list I could look up though?
If you go to Compendium and just click on like MGT2E skills.
Oh wait,
that's
I
on the
am in
list.
there already.
Or you
Actually.
can look in the PDF.
Let's see. I'm imagining some kind of like you have corrals. You said.
Well, this is kind of me earning corrals, but that would be kind of, and it doesn't have to be a skill that I have. Like, if you wanted corrals,
It could
you
be
could certainly
any
get
skill
corrals as a result of
on
this.
the-
Like to
on
say
the
that
whole list, yeah.
because maybe this is one of the reasons I like went out to bars so much, like to meet, more interesting
Right.
people. Because I'm guessing this would have been towards the beginning. While I was like
me.
fresh-faced, naive college girl, it was like I'm gonna.
Oh,
chat
you're a
up
girl
this random
too.
stranger
Yeah,
at a bar.
I'm a
yeah.
girl as well, so
Okay.
that works out on that level. Easily approached.
Yeah.
What
What I want is like broker, but I don't see how I could work that in.
I'm looking through the list right now. Maybe leadership. I have persuade. That would have been a good one though.
Cynical. Is there a sense in which investigate is part of journalism?
It can be, depending on the situation.
Like, is me interviewing him? Would you consider that an aspect of like investigate, or not really? It doesn't seem to be. Like, it's not.
Not in a normal context. No.
Entertainer, journalist. Oh no, journalist. It is on the journalist list. So art, electronics, drive, investigate, recon, streetwise.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I would say it's part of journalism for sure. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, not from just a pure
That aspect
interview.
of it. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Would you? Is your character sort of streetwisey at all?
I would consider them to be. I don't have that skill though,
Yeah.
but I would definitely consider
So
them.
maybe
I'm
that,
kind of
like maybe
imagining them,
maybe you're a little
like,
bit more, salt of the earth, like a little more down to earth, and I sort of picked up some of that from you.
You know, Road El Dorado. I'm kind of imagining like that mentality, the mentality of both of those characters, kind of.
Maybe that's
In the
why
very
Paris
beginning.
became a traveler. Oh, maybe. Which thing were you talking about, Lunatic? Sorry, I was reading Twitch chat. Which part were you saying that about? If you're out there still listening.
Yeah, I think, yeah, this conversation, like, I think, because again, my focus is like on being a reporter and like, making things better. But this conversation, him going out to the stars, might, create some of that romance of like, ooh, maybe I'll go out to the stars someday. Yeah, for sure.
Maybe it just got you the idea. Like, well, that's a cool idea.
Yeah, like an early seed that maybe later was like.
Oh, totally. Yeah, that's what
maybe
I
they said
things don't
something.
go
Like,
that
all
good
the
here.
big stories from now on are going to be out there or something like
Right,
that.
or even just an idea of like, maybe this is
Planting the
something to think
seed,
about.
'cause I
something
imagine
to consider. Yeah, a
you're
young,
on good
young
terms.
girl like this, being like, I'm heading out to nowhere. It's like, wow, okay. I'll have to see how
I'm
my
looking through.
career progresses.
Spaces where the real stories are. Yeah. Exactly, Lunatic.
But there's no drama or anything that would be like we would be investigating on your behalf as like a reason you're leaving that you want to admit to.
What was your event?
His was happened later, and mine is just partying, so it doesn't really inform us that much.
Well, his event was his betrayal, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
presumably
An event doesn't have to be a singular point in time. It's just a connection across things. Like, you could have known each other, and then because of the betrayal, like, you came, you asked them for advice on something, or
yeah. Remind me, what was the betrayal?
Oh,
What happened with
that's to
that?
be determined.
Okay.
It was a friend.
Yeah, maybe
though.
you reached back out for help. Yeah, related to that, or
That friend could have been a common person you both knew or something.
So you spent all your
Maybe they
time
betrayed
on
both
Luna
of you.
though, throughout this term.
Yeah, I mean, I do have electronic sensors. I was thinking I was like kind of interested in, radio or whatever the equivalent is, just as like a kind of a backstory. Went to science camp or something and became interested. It's kind of a secondary track. So I don't know, maybe I'm scanning asteroids or. But not really. I don't think I would have necessarily left
That's really good.
Flint at this point. But yeah, we could be pen pals or whatever, and I could still be involved in your life to a degree if that helps fit things in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like that initial meeting could still have transpired, but
yeah, right. And then maybe something happens and you need some help with just talking it out or whatever.
Yeah,
or
maybe
maybe there's a real thing that I help investigate. That's what I was getting at.
Again, each of you get two connections, right? Like, you just don't make the same connection to. You don't make the connection to the same person twice.
Yeah, right.
So yeah. So you don't need to go crazy on it or whatever. It's fine. Whatever you want.
Okay, so I'm thinking Street was. So like, yeah, maybe we talk and I just get kind of, as you grow out there in the real world, it helps just kind of giving me more of a sense of how things work.
I like that. We could have been in communique.
But like, we don't have to be the same skill either. Like, you can basically
absolutely different skills.
You can pick what you want.
No,
essentially.
totally. I'm looking
like deception.
At
I could learn
like...
something about deception from just our conversations. And what happened to you?
I think I would like to take carouse from it.
Okay, makes sense.
All right.
Browse through connection with
skills +1 to skill, and that's a plus. That's a pure 1. That starts at a 1. That does not start at a 0.
Oh, carouse 1, nice.
All right, I will do.
So you start at 1, and if you've already had carouse, it would have been a. You could have had a plus to it to add a 2 or whatever.
So we meet in a bar.
It doesn't have to be a new skill.
Or I leave.
And then we just kind of stay friends. Like, we just like not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Daily, but we just like write messages every month or whatever.
Totally. And that would lead to a natural, like, you being eventually like, so you're still out there, huh? Can I? What about meeting up?
Cool.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right, that's both of you having 1 connection in round 1 or term 1. Bailey and Corbin. Corbin's back. Bailey and Corbin, would you like to make any connections in term 1? You connect your event to anybody else, and then you can get a skill, either a new skill at 1 or a +1 to any skill you already have.
My ass is frozen most of the time, so no, I'll pass.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really think it makes sense for me yet either. I'm just kind of on Earth working.
Okay.
In
Keep in mind, you get 2 of these, right? And you don't know how many terms you're going to actually get as a character, so keep that in mind too. So don't hold them off for too long, because you're gonna really want to get them. You don't even know if you'll get 3 terms, right? But you can do 2 in 1 term. So every term after your next, you're gonna have to make that call to adventure roll. So your next term might be your last turn. It's a low chance, but it might happen.
So basically, this event where the business expands.
Yeah.
The factory I work at is like a ground vehicle manufacturer, and it's expanding into spaceships. So that's what that.
That's hilarious that you say that, dude. Because as you guys are sitting here in this bar, The feed on the wall is playing, basically just like a TV playing inside the cramped interior space. And you hear a journalist on the feed reading breaking news. Continuing on, the standard sounds of the news playing, the fanfares, the musical notes that you have come to expect. You look up on the screen and see an anchor that you each probably recognize as working for Sol System News, or SSN, on the show specifically called Update, the kind of flagship show of SSN. She continues to read. There's a headline that flashes, or two headlines that flash, kind of scrolling beneath her. You see Solovec Industries, Hope's Leap exposed. All right, that's the wrong one. That's the other journalist's position on the same thing. I have two different journalists here. Solovec Industries' Hope's Leap initiative faces controversy. Walker Dynamics unveils advanced DSV model. Is what the
Okay.
the
So I'll
text
work
reads.
for Walker Dynamics then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to set the scene a little bit more, I'll read the first little thing that they say, and then I'll stop there. But the anchor begins to read, "Good day, and welcome to your Sol System News update. I lost my place on my thing that I just wrote. For some reason, sorry. Here we go, sorry. I scrolled down too far. Good day and welcome to your Sol System News update. I'm Ashley Jensen, bringing you the latest developments from around the system. Let's dive right in. You see a scene transition of graphics of Solovec Industries and the Hope's Leap logo there. Solovec Industries, the renowned technology conglomerate, has stirred both excitement and controversy with their recent announcement. The company claims to have achieved a monumental breakthrough in the struggle towards faster-than-light travel, sparking hopes for a new era of interstellar exploration. The scene transitions to images of the Hope's Leap project and many colony ships that have been commissioned from private entities. Solovec Industries has dubbed their initiative Hope's Leap in reference to the historic Hope's Reach project from over a century ago. Hope's Leap aims to transport a group of clients and volunteers to uncharted frontiers beyond our solar system. The scene transitions with an image of Solovec Industries CEO standing still there, not actually like talking or anything. The anchor continues, however, skepticism surrounds the claims made by Solovec Industries. All assertions regarding their faster-than-light technology remain unverifiable at this time. A significant portion of experts and the public alike have expressed concerns, alleging that the participants in Hope's Leap may face severe risks, even unintentional harm. Some conspiracy theorists argue that there may be ulterior motives behind the project itself. The scene transitions to this image of a heated debate between multiple individuals. Despite the controversy, Solovec Industries remains steadfast in its pursuit of interstellar travel. We'll continue to closely follow the story as it develops. The scene transitions now to a Walker Dynamics logo. It's a very rugged looking logo, one that's stood the test of time. This Walker Dynamics has been a known vehicle manufacturer, known for its extremely tough vehicles from Earth for quite some time now. In other news, renowned ground transportation manufacturer Walker Dynamics has announced a groundbreaking addition to their line of vehicles, now including a deep space vehicle, DSV, known for producing some of the most durable and reliable vehicles. Walker Dynamics has once again raised the bar with their latest model, this time stretching into the stars and beyond. The scene transition images to images of the new DSV model itself. The new DSV boasts significant improvements in handling and reaction mass efficiency, promising enhanced performance and reliability for spacefaring missions. With their strong track record of supplying military forces across the solar system, Walker Dynamics continues to prove their commitment to excellence and technological advancements. And that's where we'll cut back to just the character creation.
Well, that was perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what gets Corvin initially kind of interested in spaceships and space travel.
Okay. So yeah, you'll be looking back from like, this is in the past or whatever that happened. So this broadcast here will be about like a new model or whatever from Walker Industries, but you'll be like paying attention to that because you were obviously you used to work for Walker Industries before this moment. This moment represents the time of the future. Sorry, I keep saying Industries because of the other one, but yeah, Walker Dynamics.
And this is them just like starting, like, you know, we're not building spaceships yet when I'm still, you know, when I didn't advance and everything during that term. It's still just like, that's when they're started, you know, moving towards
to stretch into space stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I have written about Walker Dynamics is that they made like tanks and ground vehicles and stuff that different people used in the military, mostly ground transportation, but not just ground, like technically like in atmosphere stuff. So they did like some VTOL work and things like that. It was basically not DSVs though. And this is them starting to do DSVs, but you can mess with that however you want. And yes, it is named after Walker, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he started it. You don't know.
Told you.
Well, you'll find out maybe someday. Continuing on, so did you want to connect any of that event stuff with anybody?
Not yet.
I don't think so yet. I think that's the beginning of how something kind of connect, of me getting into space or something at some point, but
okay, so
I don't think yet.
So that
didn't even advance. I'm still just working on the factory floor, basically.
Yeah. So that's everybody's career. Everybody's career term 1 finished. We'll just go to term 2. Nobody has to roll on the call to adventure for term 2. You don't have to roll on that until after your first term. So until any term so basically in the end of term 2, you'll have to roll it. But right now, I'm just going to get you guys to answer a question for me, and that is, do you want to scrap the character? This is your opportunity to first throw them out.
Not yet.
Start
Can I
off.
scrap somebody else's character?
Yeah, what if that was the rule? Like you could only scrap
That would
somebody
be so
else's?
funny.
PvP,
Now we're
traveler
traveling.
character creation.
Yeah.
So nobody wants to scrap? Yes,
No.
no? It's fine if you do.
Nope.
All right, moving on. Term 2. Does anybody want to exit within one single term? I know that's a very unlikely scenario, but does anybody want this to be their last term?
No.
Nope. Okay, then term 2 it is. Who was the first in the order we were doing?
Psycho.
Psycho was first.
Okay, let's do Psycho. Psycho, what would you like to do for term 2? Maybe again?
Yes.
All right.
Continuing my Navy career.
Navy it is. You don't need to roll to get in. You're already in. You didn't get kicked out or anything.
Wow.
So it's not your first term. So you don't get 2, but you do get 1 still from your basic training. So roll me up a d6 for any of the tables you would like.
I'll go service skills.
Navy service skills. All right.
Now, here's a question. That has gunner, flyer, and melee.
It's a choice.
Okay, it's a choice.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Well, it was a question. I'll go gunner.
Okay.
Or, no.
It's a +1, so it would add
'Cause
1
it's-
to your gunner, but it's up to you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll go gunner.
And now you make a roll, like a normal roll. You're not basic training roll. Again, it can come from any table.
I'll go flight.
Flight it is. Go ahead.
flyer.
There you go. If you already had it, you'd have to pick a subtype. Otherwise, it's just basic. Now you roll to see if you survive.
Okay, 1 sec. Survival is Dex 7 or more.
Brutal. What are you rolling you in, Davey?
He's
my
in the
God.
Navy. It is rough.
Brutal.
Do not survive. Roll on the mishap table.
This shit's gonna kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, the military ones are pretty hard to survive in. 4 on the mishap table.
Oh boy.
What's that? Mishap.
I am blamed for an accident that causes the death of several crew members.
Nice.
If
that's
I
classic.
am responsible, then gain
Oh,
1
shit.
free roll on the skills and training tables before you are ejected from the career, as your guilt drives you to excel. If you are not guilty, then gain the officer who blamed you as an enemy, but keep your benefit
Keep your benefit roll from this turn.
from this term.
You get an additional benefit roll as you go out, essentially.
If you were responsible, so your choice. Were you responsible or were you not responsible? If you were, the guilt drove you to excel, but also
Then you
you
don't
still
get
got
an
ejected
extra.
from.
Yeah, you lose a benefit.
Yeah.
I think you get ejected either way.
Either way, you're ejected, and you cannot come back easily.
You can't. Yeah, next term you cannot come. You cannot reapply for Navy,
Exactly. It'd have to be a term after that you would do it.
or you'd have to go to the draft and hope to get Navy.
Yeah, yeah.
Oof. All right. Well, I'll go that I was responsible.
Okay. That gives you 1 free roll on the skills and training table before you're ejected.
You don't say it so aggressively. Ejected. Failure.
So, skills and training tables, 1 roll.
You gain 1 free roll on the skills and training table before
So
you
any
ejected
table,
from this
which
career
table
as your
of
guilt
your
drives you to
choice?
excel. If you were not, then gain the officer who blamed you as an enemy, but you keep your benefit roll from this term. So you don't get the benefit roll. You're kicked out, but you do gain a 1 last roll on the tables here.
I will go service.
All right, roll it up. D6. Number 1, pilot. So +1 to pilot. And then you're kicked out of the Navy. Write down your stuff in your bio, of course. And who are we doing second? Was it Society?
Yeah, I was next.
All right, which career, my friend?
Um,
Got to get into it. This is your first term in a career, so keep in mind. Oh, what are you doing?
I was debating between entertainer or merchant.
Which one is it gonna be?
I will be entertainer journalist for the. Not
Is that
it
what you're doing?
matters. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. Keep in mind, entertainer is like entertainer/media. That's how I wrote it in there.
Yeah.
Just like I did with noble, it's like noble/official. So if you anyway.
I just made the qualifications for merchant. Yeah, let's go that route. Fuck it.
Where's your role?
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it says qualifications and or plus DM -1 for every previous career.
Yep.
Oh, was that a previous career, that spacer community, or was that my education?
That's
That doesn't count as a
pre-career
career.
education.
Yeah.
So that doesn't count as a career. So I do
No.
not qualify for merchant.
No, you have to make a roll.
Do I?
Yeah,
Oh,
you,
it just has to-
you roll
Yeah,
to
having
get
previous careers actually hurts you in most things because it's like
Okay.
in. Absolutely. You need to
So
roll
just a straight
a
int
4.
roll.
You need to roll an int of 4 or higher, and you would subtract a 1 from the roll for every previous career you have, which is none. So yes, you
I
get
see
in.
what you're saying. Nice. All right, pursuing the life of a merchant.
All right. And which one did you do? Which merchant assignment?
The
Merchant Marine, free trader, or broker?
thinking of free trader.
Free trader, you are part of the crew of a tramp trader. That means a small ship making its way like through niche markets and stuff. Kind of what you guys were doing, and Chronicle a little bit, some of that, right? So you've had some experience. You probably worked on. It's probably a family-owned ship or whatever. If it's like out in the belts, you imagine it's like these small companies, that kind of a thing. So it's not a big corporate one. It would have just been a small one owned by a small company that you worked on for a while. That kind of a thing. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, if you're doing
What are
Merchant
we,
Marine, that's the big haulers, but that the Megacorps run and stuff.
What are we trading? Like just like kind of like whatever.
Anything and
Good
everything. I mean, it depends on, it depends on what's in demand and stuff, because literally to make money as a free trader like that, your job is to examine the market and fill the little niches that you can, because you don't have enormous cargo holds, so you can't make much money by scraping thin margins between, oh, it's a little bit, I can buy corn here and then sell it there, right? Like you have to get something more like completed products, like, oh, I got a good deal on weird cows, remember? Like, just think of stuff that they did in Firefly. Right, like stuff like that, or
Maybe
like
help,
vehicle parts, or
maybe like help supply the miners with like whatever tools and equipment.
food
parts
stuff,
or
medical
something.
supplies needed to little areas that the big ships don't run to, stuff like that.
Okay. Sweet.
But so for free trader, this is your first term. You get basic training, so that's 2 rolls on any of those tables. Choose them and roll. Mean your skills and training tables.
Skills and training tables. Those are, let's see.
Personal development, service skills, advanced education, as long as your education is at least an 8 or higher, or you graduated from
I don't know where you're reading this from.
university. I'm reading it from the career that you're in, the merchant. Under skills and training. Personal development, service skills, advanced education.
Okay.
Minimum EDU 8. Merchant Marine, free trader, broker. Obviously, you can only do free trader there because that's yours from that list, but you can do personal development, service skills, advanced education, or free trader. Advanced education is available to you as long as you graduated from a university or your education is 8 or higher.
He didn't graduate.
Is your education 8 or higher?
I don't think it is, no.
Okay, then you have personal development, service skills, and free trader to roll on.
All right, and I just pick
Pick
one of
which
those.
table and
You roll
D6.
twice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can pick different tables for each roll.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
But pick the table first before you make the roll. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll pick free trader first.
All right, free trader, make a roll.
What is the roll?
D6.
1d6.
D6.
1d6.
Boom.
6. Gunner. All right, Gunner 1.
Okay.
Woo! Yay.
Game Gunner 1.
Oh no, sorry, this is
And-
basic training. If you don't have Gunner, you get that at 0. Gunner is 0. This is basic training,
okay.
not
Gunner
not,
0.
Yeah.
And then let's see. I'll do service skills.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
But those main stats, those core stats, are hard to increase.
Also
Yeah,
true.
like stats makes sense for like
mean,
basic training, but it
it's
just
all good.
depends because there aren't any breakpoints, unlike something like D&D. So
Yeah.
it's up to you. If you have like a stat that's on the bubble, that might like an increase of 1 or 2 might actually get you a better roll. Then that's something to consider.
Like if you got a 8 would bump up to 9, and 9 would give you a +1.
True.
Yeah.
So yeah, what ought to be?
It's still hard to roll what you want to roll.
I'll just do service. Or
You're gonna get another roll right
Chapter.
after this. Keep in mind.
Oh, okay.
These are just your 2 basic training rolls, which means if you get a skill on this one, it starts at a 0, and then your next
Gotcha.
one, your skill would start at a 1, because that's your main roll for that
I do
thing.
service skills. Yeah.
Okay.
Electronics.
Electronics 0.
Okay.
Very nice.
All right. Now, choose one of those tables again and make a roll. This time, however, you don't get the skill at a 0. You would get the skill at a base 1 or a +1.
Okay. Right. I'll do service skills again. Fuck it.
Drive.
1. Drive.
Ooh.
That's
Let's just
drive,
give him drive
1.
Okay.
Drive 1. So you could choose the specialization.
Alright, cool.
Okay. Now you're done rolling skills for the career term. Roll survival.
So for free
Free
trader,
trader.
that'd be Dex 6 or higher.
I just have to roll a dex roll.
Yes, sir.
Dex. Boom.
8. Yep.
Easy.
You survive. Good stuff. So now you roll an event.
Oh yeah.
So roll on your events table.
I haven't gotten one of those yet.
Yeah, because you keep not surviving.
Life events.
No, not life events.
Not a life
life
event? Sorry.
No.
What event?
Event. Good deal. No, he rolled on the right thing.
Did he?
I rolled
Oh, I
life
deleted it.
event.
He rolled life event. Yeah. He
Oh,
clicked
did
on the life. He clicked on the life event table. Yeah, it rolled that. You
I
don't
don't
do
know
that.
where this other one is.
It's on. It's under your
Events?
career. It's under your career. Yeah.
Yeah, so just there isn't a
think you have to
button
roll
for it, so just roll
manual.
2d6.
Yeah. It's just like all the other tables under your career. It's just a manual roll.
2d6.
Yeah.
Yep.
2d6
Yep.
events. Yep. 9. You were given advanced training in a specialist field. Roll education. If you get an 8 or higher, let's see, you increase any one skill you already have by 1 level. Roll an education.
Don't fuck it up. 8+.
Yeah, it's a hard roll.
Tough
Not a hard
roll.
roll. I mean, it's an average roll, but yeah, it's
Tough roll.
Damn.
you didn't get it.
Oof.
All right, that's your event. I mean, it's not that
-2
bad.
education. Oof.
Well, it wasn't -2. It was education.
So I don't get that advanced training? Is that what that means? Or
Yep.
Yeah, you don't get that.
Yeah. Someone tried teaching you. You just didn't learn.
It didn't stick. But you still survived your thing, so you don't fail or whatever.
Doing better than me.
Yeah. So your event is completed. Now, is commission possible for this career? No. So then you can roll for advancement, which for a free trader is int of 6 or higher. So roll an intellect and hope that you get a 6 or higher. Which you did. Oh, you did not.
Nice.
You only got a 4.
Oh,
Oh,
we did not.
ooh.
I read that as a. No, his dice looked weird. So when I read the die, not the number on the chat. But yeah, he's got a total of.
So you don't go up a rank.
Yeah. You did not go up a rank.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, at least you survived. Psycho hasn't survived a single thing.
Yeah, I got frozen and then killed some people. Oops.
Maybe it was like
this
brain
poor
damage
guy.
that caused.
That's what I'm blaming it on.
Fuck up.
All right, so that ends your term. You're done for this term. That's the second term. So increase your age by 4. You went from 22. You should now be 26. Tell me when you've done that.
Me?
Yep.
What am I rolling again? Sorry.
You're not rolling anything right now. You're increasing your age to 26
Oh, okay.
because you're finished with this term. Now you have to roll Call to Adventure after you increase your age to 26. Just at the top of the careers section. You just click the Do Other Skies Call My Name button.
Oh, wait, I didn't do that.
Did you complete your second term?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need to do that. Path is life, so you don't leave. You get another term. Go ahead, Psycho.
Okay.
Do it as well, since we forgot to do it for you. It's every term after your first. You have to do it. All right, you continue as well. All right, so that's you two done with your second career term. Who was third?
Me.
Med cow.
All right, Mad Cow. What are we doing, buddy?
So first off, when was one of my rolls earlier supposed to be the skill be at 1, not 0?
Which roll?
Your basic training rolls are at 0. Your non-basic training rolls are at 1.
Okay, so the third roll I did earlier, because the third roll
Yeah.
Society did, that's
Yeah.
what reminded me. So my third
Yes.
roll was Carouse. So let me increase that one real quick. I put it at 0. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm ready.
So what are we doing for term
Um,
2 for you, bud?
Well, I'm worker. I'm still worker, or a nothing, as you referred to me earlier.
Wow.
So, I'm continuing as a worker.
Okay. The worker career is actually really good. I mean, all that is like space rigger, corporate worker, regular worker, the colonist, all those citizen careers are really good. It's actually also one of the careers that's completely unique to Other Skies too. So
Okay. So I roll 1 skill roll since it's second term.
yeah, I mean you're already in. You don't have to get in. You just need to roll your basic training. Second term, remember you roll 1 for your basic and then 1 for your normal. Your basic one would, if you get a new skill, it would start at 0, and if it was a skill you already had, it would add a +1. And then your non-basic, you would start at a 1 if it was a skill and you didn't have, etc. So let's do the first one. Any table you want, as long as it's within your space. So it would be work for you. It would be personal development, service skills, worker, or advanced education if you graduated from pre-career, which you didn't, and if you had an education of 10 or higher, which you don't. So your 3
high
tables.
Service
education.
skills is the
Yeah.
one. I'm
8 or higher, I
rolling
thought.
that time.
All right,
Is
so
it 8 or higher or 10 or higher?
10 or
It's
higher.
10. It depends on your career.
10.
It's
Ah.
10 for.
Yeah.
It's 10 for civilians.
It doesn't matter either way for me.
Streetwise.
So
That's your
Streetwise,
basic training. So that's Streetwise 0, unless you already have it. Then
I do
Or
not.
push one. all right. Now I'll choose a
Okay.
table once more and make another roll. Which table are you choosing?
Wait a second. I didn't get added. Hold on. Hold on. It didn't get added to my list. There we go. Okay. Second table.
It's one of the only careers that has jack of all trades on that.
I know. I
Pretty
was
good.
gonna
Yeah.
try again for that. I was trying for that one earlier. I'm gonna try again for that one
It's a personal development.
because personal development is just a good
Yeah,
table
it's
in
true.
general. Whoa, that rolled really
Corrals.
fast on my screen. Again? Okay.
So +1 corrals.
All right.
Man, this crew is gonna be a
Corrals,
problem. It's just all partying and shit. Everybody's got a bunch of corrals.
Bunch of Kirks.
Except the pilot. So far.
Yeah, so far.
Is owning and operating a party bus valid?
Yeah,
Group
absolutely.
background.
Independent merchant bus.
Why is there a stripper pole on your spaceship?
You'll see tonight.
Isn't
Why would
there
there
one
not
on
be?
yours? Yeah.
1600
That's the
hours.
important question.
That's a fair point. All right, sorry, Magcal. Where were we? You rolled your skills now, right? Yeah.
Because I got Streetwise 0
All right.
and then one more addition to corrals.
Right. So now you
survival.
do survival. If you
And
fail, you
then
do
it's
mishap,
4.
and if you succeed, you do a. We drink and drink and drink and drink and fight.
Oh no!
Gotta
Oh,
be
you
kidding me.
did not survive, my friend. Roll on the mishaps table.
Welcome to the club.
Die.
Damn, rolled a 3. Brutal. All right. 5. What's your?
Wow, it's actually kind of perfect.
A revolution, attack, or other unusual event throws your life into chaos, forcing you to leave the planet. Roll
Nice.
Streetwise 8. If you succeed, increase any skill you have by 1.
All right, go ahead and roll streetwise.
It's interesting because I just got it. At 0.
Good thing you got it.
Yeah, that makes it not a -3, so
Yeah,
that'll be
that's 3
useful.
points
That's
off
fine.
the bat.
Ugh.
Oh, off by
Close.
1. So close.
Wait,
All right.
what was I supposed to wait? Was I supposed to roll it as something?
Were you supposed to roll it as
Oh,
something?
it's stat. Stat.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't know.
No, just Streetwise 8. Okay. No modifier.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Um,
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't get that, and so that means I have to not be a worker anymore with this company?
Yep, you get fired.
Correct.
Basically, laid off,
So,
whatever.
okay, it just
Whatever
'cause out of
situation happened.
curiosity, it does just say it forces me to leave the planet.
Yeah, Walker Dynamics probably closed that branch or something like that.
All mishaps at the point you failed out and do a mishap, you end career unless it says otherwise.
Unless it says you don't.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But otherwise, that's a good point. Yeah.
So you are out of Walker Dynamics, no longer working there.
Terrorists blew up the building.
Make sure you make note of that. You did not survive, so you do not roll advancement. You rolled your mishap already.
Firsters.
Now you need to choose, or not choose, but now you need to roll your, are you done? Roll. Fuck. Brain farting. My own thing now. Call to adventure. It's the top of the
Where is
careers
that?
thing. It's careers. It's the very top. There's a button that says, do other skies call my name?
In my mind.
So when you roll it,
Oh shit.
so
Oh.
making sure. Oh, you're done. That was your last career term.
You must
So, yeah,
finish your fourth.
So basically, you
just
click.
Get off
click-
the planet.
Basically, you click that button and then you put in the number of career terms past your first. So it would be 1 for your first one, 2 for your. You get the idea. And then you click roll and then it rolls.
Oh, I didn't put anything in that for the value.
Oh really? You should re-roll that and put in a 1.
thought it was.
Oh, I didn't put anything for the value either.
Well, okay. When it asks you the question, answer the question based off the number of terms you have past your first. So if this was your second term, everybody would just put a 1.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So I maintain my path, right?
Yes. Yes.
So, whatever you want to do, we can, like, does it do some kind of random thing, or does it just add +1? Because
Set +1.
It adds +1.
however-
So you would have. So
Okay.
your normal roll of 5 and 5 to make for a total of 10 would have been an 11, which would have still.
what I figured. Okay, yeah, we'll do that then.
But yeah, that's fine. Again, that's the final term for that character. Your choice if you want to scrap the character or not, but that's the final term for that character. Who was next? Was Venom? You could think about
it's
it.
me for
I'll be asking that question in a minute.
Caboose.
Yeah.
All right. Where'd my screen go? I think I popped it out. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going into entertainer media as a reporter. Journalist. So let me roll for entry. Int 5+.
Sorry, I was reading. Lunatic. Apparently, the curse won't kill your characters, just your opening progression.
Okay, that's a succeed. So I am a reporter. So now I'm doing basic training.
Well, you rolled a 10. Yep, basic training. So this is your first one in the thing, so 2.
Okay. I'm gonna do a personal development.
Okay.
So a language.
Interesting.
What does that mean?
Means exactly what it sounds like it means.
Oh, essentially any Earth language.
Or
Okay.
various dialects that are used more in the belt and like Jovian system and stuff like that.
All right. What would those kind of things be? Belter and Jovian and Martian?
Yeah, but there's no separate language spoken on Mars, so it's just Earth languages.
Okay. But
the only separate, it's every language you'd think of in the world, plus basically what they speak in the Jovian system, which is basically just another version of the Belter language.
okay, But really, you could understand a Belter anyway, but this would help just
If they're speaking
fit in.
If they're speaking in your language,
Okay.
they have their own language. So it's like when there's
Okay, they do.
when I'm being like, when I'm doing that accent as them, that's me saying that they're speaking in like English or something that you understand with their accent.
Okay.
But if they're speaking in their own, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, no, call no, true façon, hey," and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck did you just say?" And I'm gonna be like, "Do you speak language?"
Well, the answer is yes, motherfucker.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
there you
I'll
go.
take language belts.
All right, there you go.
All right, and then I'm gonna
Nice.
roll in that table again. Personal developments. Language is the only one I don't want. Jack of all
Jack of all
trades.
trades.
No way. You sound
Got
If
it.
I had sound effects, I would make them. I do kind of have sound effects. I can make a voice.
I'm gonna freaking edit this.
Here, we'll do this.
You are a jack of all trades.
Nice.
Okay.
Language belter. Okay. Love that. And that was at a 0. Okay. All right.
Now you're normal roll. That was your 2
Yeah.
basics.
So now normal roll.
Journalist,
let's
service
see.
skills, personal development, or
Yeah.
advanced education if your education's high enough. And
Yes. I'm gonna do advanced education.
Okay.
Streetwise.
Streetwise. That's at a 1.
Yep.
Okay, now roll for survival.
Okay, survive and ski.
Education 7+.
7. Survival. Oh, education. Love that.
Yeah, education 7+. Which you
Okay,
did
no
handily.
problem.
You have survived, sir. Roll an event. Ma'am, I guess. Whatever.
An event.
Roll an event.
Life event, of course.
A life event. Please click the
Here
button.
goes.
Travel. You move to another world/environment. You gain a dice modifier of +2 to your next qualification roll. I think that lines up pretty well.
Going
honestly.
to Phobos.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right.
Okay.
So write that in, choose your stuff, mark that down. Time to see if you advance.
Would this be
Okay.
a qualification roll?
The qualification roll for advancement?
No, it's advanced. This is
It's
there's a
advancement roll.
third advancement roll. It's
Okay. Just
Boo. Okay, int 5+. Yes, right. Okay. Int 5+. No whammies. Just made it.
Just made it.
Advanced.
So you indeed advanced.
So then
It was advanced.
Do I get another roll then?
What do you get?
no, your rank goes up.
I think your just rank
Right.
goes up. I don't know what all you get on your rank thing. Let's see.
All right. Oh, boy.
Journalist. Rank 1, freelance journalist. You get electronics comms 1. And you're called a
Okay.
freelancer.
Ooh, you have a title.
Yep. Freelance journalist.
You're not nothing anymore.
Yep. And you get electronic comms 1.
Got that.
Okay, that ends your third term, right? That was your, or was that your second term?
Yeah,
third term?
that was
That
my
is your-
second term.
That was your second term.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was your second term. And so everybody's
Yeah.
that's you're the last one. So now make me the call to adventure roll.
Okay.
Make sure you put in the 1 for the number of terms past the first. Half his life.
Just survive the thing. Okay.
Okay. Now everybody is completed with their second term. Everybody has their events for their second term. First question: does anybody want to scrap their character?
Corbin died.
Corbin died.
Ooh.
All right.
Nice.
Corbin Bassett is now a dead character. If you had any connections with them, make note that they have died. I don't think he had any connections with anybody.
Yeah, he died lonely. Don't worry.
So he died
Just
in
worked himself.
obscurity. Come up with a new name and I'll replace it on
We
the
might
thing.
see him out there though.
So the new name.
I mean, if you want to declare that
Is
Corbin actually
Isaac
died, I will say he
Powell.
died. If you don't say that he
did,
died,
he
I'll...
died.
All right, so he's dead. I'm deleting the character.
He left the planet and he died. I haven't decided if he just drifted out.
Okay.
Or if he like
He's out there like Epstein.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they told him he
what's,
needed a back suit, so he just
what's the new character's
cracked the
name?
window.
what's the new character's name?
Powell.
Isaac ISAAC space POWELL.
Yep.
All right,
What was his last name?
Powell.
Powell.
2 L's or 1 L on that?
2.
L.
2.
Powell. Or Powell, I guess.
All right.
All right. Since they're starting over, we're going to put a pin in everybody else right now and get them caught up to you.
Okay.
I know some Powells.
Yeah,
As do I. That's immediately who. That's why I was like, I know how to spell that name. I grew up with one of them.
All right.
Hey, Lunatic, you killed a character.
Hey, he did.
I really should go put on my shirt. I'd have to dig
Yeah.
it out, though. It'd take too long.
That's true, Mac. That was our first character creation day.
Yeah. He's the only one of you that it's truly lived.
So I have a question. When you make a connection,
Yes, sir.
the one making the connection gets a skill, right?
They
Both of
do.
you.
So
Both of you
okay,
get any skill
both
you
of
want as long as you, you know,
Justified.
basically
Yeah.
get any skill you want. You obviously want
Okay.
to justify that narratively, but
Yeah, yeah.
just checking.
Yeah, and you can only have 2 connections, period. And they have to be with different people. Those are the only real rules around it. Blood for the blood of God. Yeah, yeah. Do I have a blood god when? Not really. It's a little bit like it.
that is a pretty event horizon.
Not exactly, but yeah. Anyway. Mad Cow. We're gonna speed run you up to this point. So you got your character in there already. Let's get your stats in.
Rolling ones. Oh, replaced with a 6.
There's your stats. Put them down. You know how it works. The first 2 numbers you roll can go into any of the other slots and be swapped around or whatever you want.
Ugh. 4.
There you go.
Illegal.
4 in your endurance there.
Hmm. Okay. I swapped.
Okay.
That's my stats.
So your stats are in. Now go to the background skills and click Homeworld.
Homeworld. Narrow me down.
All right, you're an Earther again.
Earther.
All right, now choose a number of skills related to your education modifier +2. So for the you, it would be, I think, 3. So choose 3 of those skills. And you get them at, well, their values that are written there.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to delete that, Jordan.
Do those skills. I'm choosing science, medic.
I don't think science is one of the Earther skills.
Oh fuck! I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yep. Sorry. So still
kid show.
medic.
Yeah, drive, melee, language, firearms, slug, electronics, admin, athletics, streetwise, carouse, seafarer, art, animals, mechanic, and medic.
I
Which
only
2 are you
do
choosing? Well, 3. Which 3 are you choosing?
medic and language and bucket admin.
When you put down language, make
Isaac's
sure you put down the language you're skilled in.
Oh yeah.
Parentheses.
Be right back.
There. Language. I'm not sure what language.
So it's basically any Earth language or Belter or like Jovian would be your options.
I'm gonna say Belter.
Okay. Now, when you have language skill like this, that's you have language 0, and then you would have language Belter 0. Just keep that in mind. Just like a science.
Because okay, so in the list there is only like language Anglic, so I'll just
Yeah, I mean, you would just have to write
change
it
that
in. The
to
thing, yeah.
Belter.
And then just put,
What I usually do is drag and drop and then edit.
yeah. Then click the edit, yeah.
Cool. All right, got that.
Make sure you have, but you have to have language and the specific language. They should both be at 0. One would just be like blank language. And that's basically just to represent a skill in languages. Like an understanding of syntax and stuff and how it can work. All right.
Okay.
Now, choose one from that list below there.
The big list.
Okay.
Gambling. Interesting that you have computer on that list.
Yeah. It's electronics, computers, I understand, but yeah. It's because they come from separate sources.
What
Computer.
exactly is advocate
Computer.
as a skill?
Like a lawyer.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have advocate skill of 2.
Damn.
That was my major in college.
Oh, right.
Can be
Nice.
pretty good for like merchant stuff, broker stuff, all that kind of things too. Like when you're trying to do trading or anything like that. There's a lot of, I mean, advocate can come up in a lot of times. Anytime you're trying to navigate a political hierarchy or anything, you could theoretically come up with a way that advocate might come into play. But there's literally like
All right.
advocate built into some of the baked in systems for trade, things like that. So
I took persuade from that.
okay, that sounds good. Now you are done with background skills. You're 18 years old, and you would choose if you want to go into pre-career education or straight into a career. You don't mess with the social standing stuff. So which would you choose to do?
I'm going
Pre-career
to try to
education? or
go
not?
to university.
All right, this will be your first term. So go to pre-career education. Look down at university. You need to try and get in. Roll in education. You need to get a 6 or higher to get in. There's nothing
DM
really add
minus
to it.
1 if in turn 2, and DM plus
Yeah.
1 is so 9. Okay.
Yeah.
Edu needs 6. Okay.
There you go. You're in. Okay. Now that you're in, that's cool and all. you would start by choosing a level 0 and a level 1 skill from that list. So that's admin, advocate, animals, training or veterinary, art any, astrogation, electronics any, engineer any, language any, medic, navigation, profession any, science any, or and you also increase your education by 1.
And then keep in mind, if you succeed and graduate, you get another +1 to these, so it's going to be a 2 and a 1, hopefully.
Okay. So
Looking good, lunatic. I just
Choose-
saw your map you were drawing.
1 at 1 and 1 at
It's
0.
kind of like your major,
Your major
your
and minor. Yep.
So
So, for example, if you chose electronics at 0, it would just be electronics 0. But if you chose electronics at 1, you could choose electronics computers 1 or whatever.
right. So what? Let me look at. I think science is probably what I'll put at 1.
It's a good one.
Science can be good. Science can be really good. I mean, all of these can.
Astronomy,
Engineering.
chemistry,
Astrogation would be good. Somebody.
cybernetics.
Right now, you don't have anybody that does astrogation.
You need to astrogate when it's in the same solar system? I don't think so.
Absolutely. It's even harder.
I don't think so.
Astrogation roll is directly what affects the amount of burns that you use when you're doing stuff. So, yeah.
You can almost see where you're going.
Yeah, that's not making it any easier.
You just give it the juice.
Yeah. I mean,
I've played enough
astrogation.
Kerbal to know that that does not work.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, just give it enough juice. That's exactly what you do. You essentially replace skill with fuel.
Well, I got Jack of all trades. It's only -2.
So yeah, absolutely. You're gonna either want one of you guys to be okay at astrogation and piloting, or hire people that are, because otherwise it sucks. We know how that goes. And then once you're done picking your 2 skills, you add +1 to your education.
Yeah.
If you didn't already.
Take astrogation at 0 because I already have medic at 0 anyway, so
Sure.
Nice.
fine. Then science at 1.
Now that's a
Yeah, which is
subset of
special
science.
too, yeah.
Yeah. Because science is actually 0, but you get a specialty of science at 1.
Yeah.
Archaeology, astronomy, biology, chemistry, economics, genetics, history, philosophy, physics, planetology, robotics.
What are we thinking?
I'm thinking chemistry. And then if I put chemistry at 1, does that mean all the other sciences are at 0?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Well, you get science 0.
But you can
Yeah.
just kind of know that. So you might add it just so you can
Science
roll it
0.
easier.
I'll just pull it in and edit this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would only have science at 0, and then you would have science, chemistry at 1 in your list.
Okay, there we go. All
We
right.
have our meth cook.
Uh, Yeah, I'm changing my name to Walter Powell.
All right. So,
So now now I see if I
graduation.
graduate.
Yep.
Int I didn't get any. Yeah, no kind of like extra thing.
Yeah, no kind of bonuses.
No, nothing was rolled or anything to give you extra bonuses. So you just roll an int of 6+. If you roll higher than a 10 or a 10 or higher, you graduate with honors, which gives you extra stuff.
And you're on Earth, you said?
He's an earther.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come to university on Luna, though.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Nine. Almost made
Got
it
it.
with honors. Not bad. But yeah, you got it. Graduation grants a +1 dice modifier, +2 if it had been honors, to qualify for the following careers: agent, army, citizen corporate, entertainer, journalist, Marines, Navy, scholar, and scouts. Scouts is a little different than the Imperial Scout Services and the default traveler stuff, but scouts is basically like explorers and people that do a lot of like surveying even, and kind of like almost like Coast Guard type people, but like in space.
Okay, I increased my education. I increased both those skills. And
Yep.
I'm gonna do.
And graduation also allows you to make a commission roll if you try to enter a military career. So you would start at an officer if you make that roll. So for example, if you try to go into Marines, Navy, or Army, you would get a +1 dice modifier to get into it, and then you would also roll a commission roll to start, for example. Anyway.
Yeah.
Not that you have to do that, I'm just saying that's how that works.
So I think.
So with that graduation, that completes your first term. So increase your age to 22.
22.
What's his event?
Oh yeah, I think we forgot to roll an event when you
done
graduate.
an event.
Yeah, we gotta do that. Yeah, pre-career education. You gain your skills, roll an event, and then you graduate. So yeah, roll your event.
Oops.
Yes, again, it's just the university events.
Yeah, where is
Go to
events
pre-career
join pre-career
education.
education?
Yeah.
Pre-career events. Oh,
You become
Okay.
involved in a tightly knit clique or group
Nice.
and make a pact to remain friends forever. Wherever in
Friends
the galaxy you
forever.
may end. Gain 3D allies. Jeez.
I don't know why I immediately thought of what was the team name
E3
that they gave themselves from the academy that killed that kid?
Oh, like Alpha Squadron or whatever.
Yeah, I immediately thought of Alpha Squadron.
Yeah. I can see something like that, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and
So I
roll
roll
3d6.
3d6.
Correct.
That's so funny.
7.
7
gain-
allies.
you
Wait,
gain
wait,
7
whoa.
allies.
I think D3 means
Wait,
1D3.
7 allies?
Does it?
1d3.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
7 allies
No.
is a lot.
D3?
Oh,
What
you
is
know
it?
what? You're right. You're right. It's a D6 cut in half. 3D
Yes.
is 3D6.
Yeah.
D3 is a
Oh.
D6 cut in half.
Sorry, bro.
7 is a lot to keep track of.
So-
That's like all.
It could have been
every dwarf.
18. Yeah, it could have
Just
been
roll
18.
All right, so you get an ally.
A lot of allies. 2 allies.
You gotta make. You gotta.
That's a
remember
that's a
every
call.
name.
That's a call. You're
That's
like,
a
we're
like,
captured by
Freemason.
pirates.
Already
Yeah.
did D3. Nice.
And
Yeah,
then
so
a
you gain
dozen
2
people
allies.
show up. They're like,
You
"Nah,
flash
bro."
your ring, and then the other
Yeah.
guy shows his tattoo.
Yeah, you can basically call upon these people and get shit done.
This is
Yeah, maybe one of them has
First
a boat or a
City.
plane.
Yeah, we
I'm
can
making
crowds on the
sure.
boat. Fuck yeah.
I'm making sure that's right.
Gamble stream. It's RPG, just gambling.
Yeah.
We know that gamble boat is out there. Oh no, this is different. This is a different universe.
Different universe.
The Taurus Rex.
Yeah. We know that's out there with the Kakri. Wait, what?
Wait a minute. What are
That
those?
Aslan captain.
That's in a different crystal sphere.
Yeah, that's on the TV show you've been watching. You think I'm joking? I literally have stuff written in here about there being a Chronicle television show.
That's cool.
Sorry, let me read this real quick. So what was the pre-career event you rolled? 6. Yes. You become involved in a tightly knit. Yeah. We did it right.
So where do you think you went to university on Soul?
On the sun? Impossible.
I mean, sorry, Earth. I was gonna go through all the planetary bodies one by one, but we'll just cut to it. Earth.
Phobos.
Luna.
I think
Exchange program.
I went
Made a
to
boo-boo?
university on Earth,
Black.
but then my career, I think I'm gonna try to be a physician on Luna.
Okay. Smart.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. It's a rich place. It's like a place a lot of people move there to try and make big money, stuff like that from Earth all the time. So
Yeah, it's good.
Big money.
Probably use one of my this event, like one of my friends maybe
right.
went out to Luna and I went with him or something.
One of them? You guys are
now
good
you
forever.
have a complete term 1. Would you like to connect your event to any of the other characters? Doesn't have to be their first term. It's a connection to them within your
I
event.
don't think so. This is really just college, and unless somebody came down to Earth and we partied
Could have
together.
been one of your new friends grew up on Luna and was my friends.
Quit trying to get them skills.
I'm just trying to get us all good and connected and skillful. That's all. That's all.
You're so diplomatic.
That's all.
I mean, it is kind of a reason for that person to go to Luna and then me to go with them.
Tell you how great
as
it
if they were
is.
from there, and then we happen to meet each other. I guess the question then would be the actual event where we would meet would actually be in the career, not here during university. But that sets up if one of these allies in university is from Luna and was friends.
That's
with
true.
you,
Yeah, you're
it
right.
sets it
You're
all
right.
up for
You're
next
right.
turn.
That's true. So yeah, we can see what happens.
Yeah, with the dice, make that decision. But I like that setup if it all works out.
Okay, so
Yes,
no connection in
society.
your first term. So let's move on to your second term. What do you choose to do?
Scholar.
Scholar it is. See if you get in.
Oh,
That's gonna be in the book.
Scholar, where are you?
Qualification is
Syllable
Int
rows.
6.
There we go.
Qualification.
Roll int +1 for your university.
You get +1 from graduating university.
Oh yeah. All right. So now 22.
Nice. Mantra's being crazy again. There it goes.
For scholar. Int +1. It's a 6 that I need.
Which type of scholar are you? Attempting to be, by the
Jesus,
way?
that was a bad roll.
You have to choose which type you're trying to be.
Been seeing a
Let's
lot of
do
those.
physician.
Position. Okay. All right, you made it in.
Was accepted.
You are accepted. You
Very
are a
nice.
physician on Luna
He's
in
a
your second
podiatrist.
term.
Now a
Now,
physician
doctor.
on Luna.
so this is your first term, so you get basic training. So that's any of the available tables that you can roll on twice, and you get skills at 0 on these rolls if there's new skills.
Say that again. I was typing.
Basic training. The proper tables that you can
Basic
roll
training.
from, you can choose. So that would be, for example, for you, that would be personal development, service skills, advanced education, and physician. You can
So I
can
can do this time.
you can choose any of those 4 tables, and you roll twice on them. If you get a skill and it's a new skill, you get it at a 0 for these 2.
All right. Personal
My advice
development.
would be personal development, at least social
that
plus 1.
helps a little bit, I guess. But okay, I'm gonna do that again.
Go for it. Dexterity
Oh,
plus
thank
1.
God. Oh, I read that wrong.
Damn, bro, that's a good one to get a +1 in.
He was hoping for endurance because he has a low endurance.
Oh, 4, yeah. But
A 4,
yes,
a 5,
that at least did
5 wouldn't have
increase
done
my
anything.
dex to a +1.
A 5 would still be a negative.
Yeah,
endurance,
so
definitely.
it wouldn't really. It would have looked
You have to
better.
get to 6, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the 8 to
But you gotta
9
use
is
it.
actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But there's what's the other break point? It's like 5 to 6, I think.
Yeah, 6 is a breakpoint to
Yeah.
0. All right.
So
So
What's
now
after
you
9 is a
those
12.
two.
12 is the.
yeah.
Yeah, 12 is +2, 15 is +3.
So now you get to roll on those same tables one more time, but if you get a new skill on this one, you get a 1 and not a 0. But you can still roll on the personal development table if you want.
I like this music.
I know. It's
Yeah, I
I'm
changed
gonna
up to one of the
roll-
other tracks we were doing.
compelling. That's.
So, okay. So, for instance, if I rolled on something that's a 0, it would go to 1. But if I rolled on
If you
something
roll
I
on
don't
any
have, it would become a 1.
Yes.
So, okay. It's a little less beneficial to get one you already have, but whatever. It doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. I was just clarifying. So I am going to go on. Is that the only place where that is? Okay, I'm going to go on Field Researcher then, because I was hoping to maybe pick up.
Can't
You
roll
can't
that.
be a
back
field
suit.
researcher.
Wait, I can't. Oh, because that's a assignment.
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
It's okay. I was just kind of like both. Back suit is good, but also narratively, it would be nice to be on Luna and back suit. But
Sure.
let me then do service skills.
Okay, up to you. Whatever you want.
Because I have persuade, science, and medic. Yeah, I mean,
it's a +1 to your skill. So if you have a 1 in medic,
I know,
you
I
become
know,
a
but
2
it's just-
or whatever.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you are, yeah, it's debatable, but this, I would say it's better to get, it's good to get skills you already have.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, at this stage, yeah, because you can just improve them.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, it's also important to note too when you're talking about in terms of character advancement later on, right? After you're actually playing the character, it's harder to get a skill
Yeah.
up higher than it is to
Yeah,
get a
1 to
skill
2 or
lower.
2 to 3 is more
Yeah.
valuable for sure.
Doesn't
Exactly.
matter,
Science.
really.
All
It's
right,
science,
all right.
unless I'd have picked personal development,
Has
which I wasn't, so
Yep.
doesn't actually matter.
Science.
But science, wait, so that means my science chemistry is 3 now.
Could be.
Yeah.
Or you
Could
could
be.
Or you
It's-
choose a different
it's-
science.
Oh, I could
session.
choose another
Absolutely.
science.
At 1. So
Yep.
any specialization within science you want.
That's actually 100% what I want to do, and I want to pick biology because those are the 2 I was
Yep.
Oh,
makes
nice.
sense.
going between.
I think
So
we know who
thank
our
you for
doctor's
mentioning
going
that
to be.
because that's perfect. Yeah.
It is
That was
definitely a
kinda
good
what I
thing to have a
was
scientist
getting
doctor
at,
person on
going forward.
board, as we found out from Roman. But there have definitely been multiple people that were not alive at the end of Chronicle if it wasn't.
Yeah, there was at
for
least
Roman.
2 times for certain.
Yeah, 100% certain that if Roman hadn't been there, you would have had dead crewmates. It's like more vital than like clerics in D&D or something like that, right? Because you don't have death saves or any of that bullshit. It's just fucking you're
And
dead or you're not. Is there
time
somebody
is
that
such a
can do
factor.
surgery? No. Oh well, he's dead.
Yeah.
In D&D, if you're injured 12
Yeah.
hours later, that same injury gets healed with no adverse
Yeah, right.
reactions unless you
Yeah,
have
and base
homebrew.
rules. Yeah.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you don't get treatment, it's like way worse. You're out for months.
It's something like minutes too, like on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Like if you don't get to someone
Yeah.
within like
Yeah,
2
you have,
minutes,
you have to do
they're-
first aid within the
Yeah.
first minute or
which is
something like that. 2
awesome
minutes.
because
yeah.
of course you're gonna have to stabilize a major injury.
You
Like,
survived the shit out of that.
Okay, yeah. So roll
Back to
survival.
6,
You
Jesus.
survive. Roll an event. Scholar event. Seven.
Life event.
Life events.
Roll the life event table. This could be good. It could be bad. That's already in the thing. You just click for that in the document. It's number 8 there.
Yeah.
Life events are usually pretty cool. Like whether they're good or bad, they're like pretty interesting.
I know. They're always interesting to me. Spider
Ending
eyes.
of a relationship, a romantic relationship involving you ends badly. Gain a rival or enemy.
Dating
Ooh.
doctors, man.
Crazy stalker.
So I just want it to
Sure.
be a rival
You're the crazy stalker.
because it's like it's just a relationship ending badly. I want it to be an enemy. So yeah.
Yep. Mark it all down.
Bible doctor.
Yeah.
It was all going great till you were like, yeah, you messed up that surgery the other day. And she's like, now she hates you.
Now she hates you.
She's like,
That
I'll
was her
mess you
entire
up.
her entire purpose of living is to be better than
It
you.
wasn't even like a call out. It was more like,
right.
oh, you should have done it like this.
Yeah, right,
Now-
exactly.
Now roll for advancement.
Oh, you used the cross stitch? Oh, that's
Yeah, I would have gone this route.
Yeah,
I want
Maybe a little
to
over
half
under.
stitch.
it relieves
Yeah,
less,
over under?
relieves less
That's
of a
what-
scar.
These are all real sewing terms.
That's an education of 8 or higher.
I use a thimble.
Oh.
Way to
You
way
do
to
not
drop
advance.
your knowledge there.
That was been terrible.
All right.
It's already ahead of you now.
That ends your second term. You now, there's 2 aspects here. Of course, there's connections. Would you like to add any of your events to? Would you like to connect with anybody? One of your events.
Are you still on Earth?
He's
now
on,
practicing medicine.
No.
on
So
Luna.
You're on
um
Luna.
I was thinking
Takes me out of the running.
that
Never going back home.
I so this is where probably me and Paris would meet.
Okay.
If
So your event was that
the friend
relationship
is
ending.
your
So you
friend.
you met them regarding that situation.
Y'all could have been the relationship.
No.
technically.
Okay.
Because they're
right.
rivals,
this
though.
is-
So if you
I'm
don't
just
want to be
putting it
rivals,
out
you
there.
could be.
No,
I'm just
no,
putting
no,
it
no,
out
no.
there.
This is where we meet. We already set
Oh, that's
this
true.
up because the allies from the previous one is his friend,
Right.
her friend.
So like you're like doing your doctor thing and you're in a relationship, but that ends, so now you start coming out to the bar, and then I meet you finally, and then I'm curious about Earth and all that stuff. So we become friends.
So you're the relationship you were in was the person that Paris knew, right? You were in a relationship with somebody that Paris knew, is what you're saying.
Mate,
No,
not necessarily. That one of
That
his
life event
is so
cadre,
true.
his like clique, was from Luna,
Yeah.
and I knew them. And so when he ended up in Luna, practicing medicine, and then
So you're
when
connecting
his-
your first
his
term event to him.
time.
Okay.
The relationship is
Both-
just a
both
different.
events.
It's just a different doctor. No, the relationship wasn't the ally from university. This was the
Yeah.
doctor on
Yeah.
Luna.
Yeah.
Right. I did like the ally from university didn't turn into a rival because I
Right.
dated her.
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's
right.
not. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
which event are you connecting to them? You're
It's a
connecting your
different-
first term event.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
So
we're
write in
this
those details.
tightly knit clique of friends. One of them is Paris's friend from before she came to Earth. Now that we're back
Sure.
on Luna, I've now met Paris. Like she said out at the bars after.
Like you
a
knew
long
of
day
them before, but you
doctoring.
didn't meet them until
Yes. Right.
until
we're
now.
the-
Right.
Yes. Now you got
Right.
free time.
It's cool.
Now's when you start
There we-
dating, right?
Write in your details. That is a connection to each of you. You both gain a skill at 1, or you gain +1 to a skill. So if you don't have it, it becomes a 1, and if you do have it, it's +1.
You don't get Jill of all trades just by fraternizing with every doctor that comes through.
No, you can't get jack of all trades from it.
But
Jill of all trades.
I am
No.
gonna
For you.
take.
Jack for him, Jill for you. I
Corrals.
don't care. Okay, so you're gonna take a corrals.
Yeah.
What is Paris getting?
Let me.
I believe this is Paris's second connection, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you can't do any more.
Well, I don't know how I'm gonna
You're
get out
out
to.
of here.
But where are you? Ganymede?
Luna?
Psycho's on Ganymede. I know where I am. I'm just wondering how we're gonna get connected to Mr. Ganymede. That was
I don't know yet.
You have to
We're
figure it
gonna
out.
Figure it out.
I mean, I'm out there doing merchant trading.
I'm not saying I can't make it happen, but
All right, so you created
You're
a connection.
full up, dude. You can't get any more skills.
So Isaac created a connection. That's one connection. Do you want to create a connection to anybody else in your second term here? Because you get 2 connections, and this is potentially your final term. Remember?
Who, me? Wait, me?
Yes. Yes. So do you want to do a second connection now in case you don't get a third term? You don't have to.
No, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense at this point, right?
Gambling. All right.
So you're age 26.
Yeah.
Let's see if the skies call you.
And then click call to adventure and see if this was your final term.
Your terms past first one. Okay.
All those guys call your name. There you go.
So you're out.
You're out. Since you know you're out, if you want to make another connection, you can before ending the character. or
I mean,
whatever.
I can potentially make a connection with him in my turn 3 still, can I? Like,
Yeah,
he's not
absolutely.
technically out of the running. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Any you can have the overlap be anywhere you want it to be. It's just
Yeah, I mean, currently he's a physician on Luna.
Yeah.
We can still make a connection with him.
and he gets
Okay,
2.
see.
He only has 1, so he gets 1 more. He's done.
I'm out in space. I wouldn't have interacted
Anyway.
with him.
so
far.
Isaac
Right.
was pretty messed up and was debating quitting medicine over this, but I just persuaded him to stick to it.
You can't get any more, dude.
Taking
You've
a
gotten
persuade.
yours.
What are you talking about? That was my second one.
Okay.
Yeah, he was deciding what his was. He hadn't decided yet.
He's like, let me get every fucking skill in this damn game. You already got
I'm
jack of
gonna
all
put all-
trades, dude.
I'm putting these skills to work for you, for your ship, for your crew.
Okay, so that ends Isaac. Isaac, you can go ahead and put any final touches you need to on the details there. We can talk about gear and stuff, but go ahead and start looking through the catalog there, and you can see what you started getting. Let's go ahead and since that was the completion of your second term, you're caught up to everybody else. We can move on through. Who was moving on to a third term? All right.
We can start in the order, I guess.
Yep.
Turn to order.
Return to order. Well, I just lost my job.
Again.
Well, I didn't lose it the first time. I just
I
got
guess
frozen.
you just lost.
Couldn't find it.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Forgot. Yeah.
This time I actually got people killed, so they kicked me
Also,
out.
to make sure since you're done with Isaac at this point, since that's the end of your second term, I forgot to mention, if you want to scrap the character, you can. Do you want to scrap Isaac? Night Cow?
No, I don't think so.
One thing we missed then for Psycho, since you survived a term, no. Does he get a muster out for that first term because he did fail to survive, but then he stayed in? Does he get a? Does that count as a? Or no? You
What? You don't roll muster out until you leave a career,
right? Which he left a career.
and you get.
the
And
end
he
of
had
the
a
second
choice.
term.
He had a choice if he would lose benefit roll or not. I don't know how many he got.
Oh, you're right. So he definitely did not get a benefit roll for the second term, but did he get a benefit roll?
I
for the
would
first
get a
term?
benefit roll
For the first term, yes, yeah.
Okay,
We haven't
so
done
you
bennies,
would,
though,
you would
yet,
have
right?
you would have done that. What's that?
We haven't done our benefit rolls though.
Yeah, but you do it every time you leave a
You do
career.
it every time you
that
leave a career.
That you survived at least one time in.
That,
do it at the
does
end
that
of
mean I
career.
get benefit rolls for my two
Yes.
turns?
Yes.
So I would also get a benefit roll for.
Yes.
You
We can do
just
those at
said
the
one
end, or we can
term,
do them
right?
as we go. Let's just do them as we go since we're here. Let's just do that. So, Psycho, you can go ahead and roll yours, and you can go ahead and roll yours as well, Isaac.
All right, I'll
Isaac and
throw Navy benefit.
Yep, you only have one, and Isaac has two.
Isaac just had one term as doctor, right?
That's a
Oh,
He
tad.
went to
right.
No, I had-
university.
Yeah, you had one term of doctor and one term in
Did you
pre-career education.
advance? Because if you
Did not
get rank
advance.
1, you get a second.
Oh, that was right. One university. No, I did not
Okay.
advance.
Do I
So
get
you
one
just
for
get
the spacer colony that I got kicked out of? That I didn't, or was that?
Not you don't get muster out for pre-career stuff.
Oh, that was
a
okay.
pre-career
Correct.
thing.
I forgot about that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's one that's
So each of you
arguably
get
a
one.
downside to going to pre-career.
Yeah, each of you get one.
I rolled TAS membership.
All right, I'll cover that with you in a moment. Go ahead and roll yours, Madcow.
It's a D6.
Yeah, and you first
Yeah.
decide if you want money or benefits.
Okay, this table has 1 through 7 on it. That's why I was curious.
Because
you
there's
can get
ways
dice
to get
modifiers.
bonuses, but you otherwise can't normally get
Oh,
7.
okay.
Yeah.
Generally, the higher the better.
I'm gonna do.
Damn.
I would refer you to the Wayfarer Club membership to read, Psycho, under the overview.
I guess I'll do the equipment.
Okay.
No, I changed my mind. I'm gonna do cash.
Yes.
Roll her up.
$10.
Wish I'd have done equipment.
Ain't that always how it goes?
You're traveling now, baby.
don't have the gambler skill, right?
No.
Okay. If the character has any money left, they may purchase personal equipment worth up to 10,000 credits before they start adventuring. More expensive items can be bought in play, but characters will have to seek them out. Any leftover money can be converted into cash, trade goods, or just saved. So take your money, spend it on cool shit.
Yeah, real cool shit.
Don't go above TL12, and if you have any weird items, just ask me about them. Look through the central supply catalog. Okay.
So Bailey, after leaving the Navy, is going to try and join the merchant group.
Okay. Did you read the Wayfarers Club membership?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's int 4, but I get a DM of -1 for every previous career.
Hmm.
So I've had one career, even though it was 2 terms. Does that just count as a 1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I get in easy.
You do.
Nice.
All right, I'm going for free trader.
Okay. That's the same thing that, who was doing Free Trader? Somebody did. Was doing
Society.
Free Trader. Society, yeah. Yeah. That's good. That might create some connections.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Yeah. All right. Free Trader.
One of the reasons I was going that way.
Makes sense. So, yep. This is your first career in this, or your first term in this career, but not your first career. So you don't get the double. You just get the single. For basic.
All right, so my basic training will be under
Making sure I'm saying that right.
advanced education. So only need
Yeah, yeah.
education of 8. Now I have 9.
Okay. Now you get your normal roll.
Well, hold on. I got to roll education first.
Mm.
Oh,
Education.
engineer.
There you go.
Okay, so engineer 0.
Is it at 0 or is it at 1? Right.
It's
Oh,
basic
that's
training, so
basic
it's 1.
training.
Well, I know basic training gives you
Oh, yeah.
a 0 if you don't have it,
Yeah.
and a 1 if you have it at 0. I was asking what you had it at previously. To what is it now?
You have an engineering.
Don't have any A, so
So it's a 0.
it'll be 0.
Okay.
And for my skill, I'll go free trader.
Free Trader, roll her up.
Yeah, space
Free Trader, spacecraft. That's good.
You got a spacecraft? Love that.
No, but that's still good. He got pilot spacecraft. That's what he's.
Okay.
All right.
So-
That's all of your skills for this term. Now you roll survival.
Survival.
Come on, you can
Free
do
trader.
it. You can do it.
6.
Ugh.
Yep, Dex 6 to survive. Come on, baby.
Hey,
What the
shit.
fuck, bro? Damn.
You found your career. All right. Well, you survived, buddy. How's it feel? It's your
Feels
first
great.
time. All right, cool. Well, now you just need to
Events.
roll an event.
I haven't scrolled down that far yet. I was looking for the event.
It's not a button.
It's not a
Oh,
to roll.
wow.
Ooh.
Damn, dude, what the hell?
Your business or ship thrives. You are automatically promoted.
Damn.
Nice. That means you don't roll an advancement roll, I guess. Like, you just automatically promote it. Make sure. No, you would still roll your advancement roll. So you just get promoted for free, basically.
Yeah, you have the potential to get 2 promotions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. Cool. Yep. So go ahead and write down your event and put down your promotion. Let's see, free trader promotion. That doesn't give you much, does it? It doesn't give you a title, but it does give you persuade 1.
Ooh.
That's good.
So free trade int 6 to advance.
Yep.
Do it.
You
Oh
advance.
yeah.
Nice.
You're rank 2, which doesn't give you any extra skills, but rank 3 does.
Rank 3 gives you jack of all trades.
Yeah, it sure as fuck does. That's really good. And you have a cool title with it if you get it.
Yeah. Experienced trader. Not that
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, it's better than most people that don't get any title. All right, so I mean, if we were playing an MMO, I'd be like, yeah, I got a title, so it's still cool to me. Now that you have advanced and survived, that completes your term. That was your 3rd term. Would you choose to make a connection to anybody with your events?
Business
Yes.
is booming.
Yes, I want to make a connection.
I mean, to correct me if I'm wrong, you still have 2, right? You haven't made any yet.
Yes,
All right.
to
so yeah.
society.
Okay.
Done.
So Lean and Bailey.
In that I would say at this point we're working for 2 different merchants,
Ships, yeah.
and our ships end up trading with each other, and things go well.
You both come out on top in the deal.
Yeah.
I imagine like we might have been the liaisons for both vessels. So like me and Bailey interacted pretty directly during this.
Like met on a
so we
station
gained-
together and
Yeah, so we gained a
had
rapport
drinks together
basically.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. I like that.
I am
cool.
taking carouse from
Oh yeah.
from this connection.
So that's perfect. And Lean, you get a skill as well.
Awesome.
And I believe that's your 2nd connection, right, Lean?
correct.
All right. So you don't get any more.
Is that carouse 1 or?
Yep. It's corrals plus 1. If you have corrals at 0, it's 1. If you have corrals no corrals, it's still a 1. And if you have corrals 2, it's a 3. You can't go past 3. You get the idea.
Okay, I got you.
Okay. Do you want to make any more connections? You get 2.
Link Boss Luna. Found the doctor. Bring him supplies.
True. Somebody needs to make a connection to Mako. They get 1 more as well.
It's got to be
This pretty much has to be this character. Yeah.
Yeah. Currently, no. Not yet, but I'll see if I need to see if about call it to adventure first.
Yeah. So if you get called out, I'll still give you an option to make the connection or whatever if you want to at the end. But otherwise, we'll see what happens. Go ahead and call to adventure. You have to put in a 2.
Damn, dude.
Oh,
You're up, buddy.
wow.
All right. Do
Okay,
you want to
so-
make that connection now?
Yes, since I am heading out. I'll say that my ship stopped by Luna for some trading since things were doing well. And that's where I ended up meeting Isaac.
You're probably trading like medical supplies or something like that.
Or he had a boo-boo.
You want, yeah. To write up the details of your connection there, how that worked out between you two. Like, were you trading medical supplies, or did you get injured, or did you?
Ship was probably trading medical supplies.
So Powell helped you in that trade somehow, helped you find something good, or whatever.
Maybe
it's up
help broker a good deal.
You both get a skill. That one. Powell and Bailey.
All right. Let me try something.
Okay. Oh god.
So, what if, in order to help facilitate this deal, I needed to go up onto a spaceship, and I needed him to help me, to teach me how to use a vac suit?
Absolutely. If that, as part of helping Bailey with this deal, whatever it may have been, and checking the quality of the medical supplies, or like accompanying them, or whatever it might have been, you had to pass a certification for a vac suit. They literally would not let you on board of a certain vessel. They're like, "What, you haven't passed your vac suit certification? What are you, just like an earther?" And you're like,
jeez, gross.
You're like, because you've been on Luna this whole time and you haven't passed it. And as part of that, Bailey was like, "Oh god, I gotta make this deal done." So Bailey themselves helped teach you what they knew a little bit about vac suits, which I don't think they know vac suits much, but they helped point you in the right direction.
I got vac suit 0.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just a quick learner, right?
Isaac was a
high intelligence and education.
Isaac was a very quick learner and kind of got better at it than you, Bailey. But
through my conversations with the doctor, I will increase my knowledge of engineering life support.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
All right, and that could have been all part of the same situation. Like, you're teaching them how to do the vac suit stuff and like the environmental systems on the life support systems on the vac suit, how those work. And they're like, "Oh, I know a thing or two about that due to my time as a doctor," and helped you realize some stuff.
Shit smells a little musty. Maybe you need to do this and this. Get some, sodium trioxide and put it in the filters.
All right, so that's Bailey and Isaac both done. We have Paris and Lean still to go for your third terms, both of which you are still in. If you want to continue, by all means. I believe Society was first of the two.
Yeah, I will continue along in my merchant career.
I like how this method, like, people drop out as you go and stuff, which is nice.
I also, as a note, chose Broker 1 for my skill gained from my connection with Patch's character.
Cool. Bailey, yeah.
Bailey.
You have a story to tell us about that, Society?
About my amazing art of the deal, where when we were connecting over a nice steak dinner.
Oh, cool.
About... I don't know, whatever we were connecting
like
about.
real steak or something.
Yeah.
Maybe the first time you had real steak or something like that.
Imported from Earth, yeah. Expensive.
Price of beef on Earth. How's that compared to the cost of fuel these days?
It is actually a thing. Like foodstuffs from Earth to other parts of the solar system are 100% a thing. Yeah.
I think I'm just BSing here.
But it really is animal stuff, because, like, for example, I do have like the whole like Expanse-esque like farms over at Ganymede taking advantage of the magnetosphere over there and producing, and then I have farms in space that are producing food using ionizing radiation because of the tech that you guys saved before. But none of that's animals. Pretty much Earth has a monopoly on things like meat that people still eat. Which people still eat meat. The only reason they don't is because it's very, very expensive, and 100 years of nuclear war killed all that species off. Anyway. Well,
So
it
what am
wasn't
I
100 years of
doing?
nuclear
I'm
war.
pursuing.
Yeah, whatever career you want, man.
Well, I mean, like, what do I do to do that? So
You
I'm
staying in the
going
career?
for
You want to pick your chart,
Yeah.
pick your table, and roll a 1d6.
Correct. So if you're
free
staying in your career, you do
trader.
that, and then if you're moving, we would qualify.
Okay.
So you're gonna stay a free trader?
Yes.
Okay, very simple then. Just choose your basic training table. You get one roll on it.
Does broker skill open up to me now that I have?
Nope.
Or the broker tree? No.
Nope. That's a separate.
Yeah, you
that's a
chose
separate path.
one
You
of
chose
your,
free
your
trader.
specialty. You could, if you want to become a broker, you'd have to
We have to
qualify for that.
requalify. Yeah.
Gotcha. Hmm.
And then that's when you would muster out of the free trader.
Correct.
try and do service skills again.
Okay. Steward.
Steward.
It's good. You didn't have anybody that had steward.
I didn't have it either.
Steward at 0.
Lynch.
Okay. Now you get a normal roll. All the same tables are available to you. Personal development, service skills, and free trader.
Steward. That was Steward 0, right?
Correct.
I didn't have it. Yeah, and then I
Yeah.
get to choose again off the tables. Personal development. Let's go.
All right, roll her up. Streetwise.
Streetwise.
That's streetwise of 1 if you don't have it, and streetwise of +1 if you do. Seems like you have a lot of people that have streetwise of some level on your crew, which is good.
Ooh.
All right. Now you roll for survival.
Ooh.
That's dexterity. You have to get a 6 or higher.
Watch out, asteroid.
Sure enough.
Got it.
You more than survived. You thrived. All right.
Asteroid's full of metal.
Asteroid's full of metal. Now roll an event. Career event, that is. So 2d6. 4. Gain 1 of these skills reflecting your time spent dealing with suppliers and spacers. Either your choice of Profession 1, Electronics 1, Engineer 1, Animals 1, or Science 1. Now, I mean, you would choose your specialization for Engineer, Science, Electronics, and Profession.
And these don't add to
And
if
animals.
I currently have it.
Correct.
They do not add. Okay.
No.
You just get them at 1.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
See here.
It can all be cool.
I think I can only choose between Animals 1 or Science 1 because I got Science. What animals exist?
Sorry, I couldn't understand what you said. You can only
I'll
choose
go-
between animals and science because of what?
I already have all the others.
Well, keep in
You
mind,
could pick a second specialty
Exactly.
of engineering, for example,
Special-
or something.
right, and or electronics, or profession,
Um,
or science, right?
Yeah, if you wanted to be a mime, you could get another profession.
Yeah, if you wanted to choose a different profession, you could get profession 1 in that profession. If you wanted to choose different science like biology, chemistry, archaeology, whatever, you can choose one of those. Same for engineering, right? All of them.
Mm-hmm.
Electronics, all of them. Yeah, literally all of those.
Okay.
While you're choosing, I'm going to use the restroom because I have to pee again really bad.
Okay.
I'm drinking a lot of caffeine. I'll be right back.
I just go electronics computers. It's pretty generic and useful. There's a lot of science.
What electronics or engineer or profession or science do you already have?
When you get engineer, do you have to pick a profession off the bat, or
Not 0. There's engineer 0 is a thing, and then if you get a specialty at engineer 1.
So yeah, I have engineer 0 basically.
Yeah, so if you go 1,
And
you would get a
electronics 0.
specialty.
Yeah.
Same with electronics.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm basic though in both of those. I'll go electronics.
Specialty. You can just choose a different one.
I'll go electronics computers. Fuck it.
Okay, it's a good one.
Yeah. All right. So that was a cool little extra you got from your event from survival. Now it's time to roll advancement.
All right, let me record this real quick. Utars. For advancement, that's Dex, right? Or no, Int.
For advancement, it's int, yeah, 6 or higher. What'd you do?
Nice.
Oh, hell yes.
And I believe that sets you to be what rank now? 3? So you are now an experienced trader, is that right? Or are you what rank were you before?
I didn't rank last time.
Oh yeah, so you're just 1 now. Right? So that gives you
persuade 1.
That gives you persuade 1.
If I already have that.
Do you already have that?
Oh no, I have persuade 0. Never mind. Persuade 1.
So it would not add +1 if you did.
Yeah, it just sets it at 1. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
That's the completion of your advancement. That's the completion of your 3rd term. There are no connections for you to make. Roll your call to adventure. Make sure you put in a 2. That's life. You can keep going if you choose. But not before Venom does with Paris. For 3rd term.
Okay, so Paris is on the move.
Okay.
She is going somewhere to follow a story. I think she is going to stay as a reporter. Even though I got that sweet +2.
Well, it still works on your next one. That doesn't go away.
Right. So she needs to get out as a reporter and follow a story to. I don't really have anything specific in mind. Let's say. Let's say the belts.
Okay.
Because she speaks belter, a little basic belter. Maybe that puts her in a good spot to go do a story there.
Yeah, I would say, like, for sure, since you're a reporter and stuff and you're starting to learn journalists, there's big outlets and stuff, like you see, like, SSN, like Ashley Jensen on and stuff like that, and different figures, but there's also a lot of independents and stuff that are almost like kind of what we would think of as like YouTubers or influencers or whatever that are very successful journalists in their own right. But if you want to find, the real stories or whatever, you need to be able to get all over the solar system, and I would say you would probably start experiencing some of that now. So maybe this could be one of those times that you start getting those early motivations for maybe it would be nice to be part owner in a ship or something like that someday, or whatever.
Yeah, first real taste of space.
Yeah. So please.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
And this would only be a Venom, obviously, if this makes sense to him as well, but could I have like left, like when Other Skies calls my name here at 26 after second term, could I have left with Paris to like kind of be like a doctor with her, on like a physician to help, since we're such good friends? Like, could that have been the reason I decided to leave the hospital to go to?
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically your thing wouldn't kick in until your career as a traveler wouldn't kick in until the final person in the group is kind of done.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, and like not expecting, no skills or anything, just narratively speaking, like
Absolutely,
as a reason
that's totally fine.
I left.
Maybe there's some maybe there's like a disease or something in the belt, and so I'm going to report on it, and you're like, hey,
Oh yeah,
I'll go out there too and just help, like I said, just help out at this point.
Was I supposed
I think
to
that's really cool.
roll a life event?
Not unless you
did roll one. That's how you get that
you
extra
roll an event
skill, right?
Oh, I see. And the event
And
tells you if it's a life event.
The career specific event, and it might be a life event, which is more of a
Gotcha.
bigger, more generic thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to roll on advanced education table.
Okay.
And that is deception level 2.
Those of you that are done, make sure you're choosing your portraits now.
Not everything's as it seems. Okay, advancement 5.
So that's Mad Cow and Psycho. Pick your portraits.
Got it. So I'm now a rank 2 journalist.
Nice.
Mad Cow, make sure to right click your player in the bottom left.
Okay,
I shouldn't have rolled that actually.
Yeah.
And claim
I should
your
have rolled
character.
survival first, so put a pin in that.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Yay, survive.
You survive. That means you roll an event.
So on events.
You made your 2 rolls, right, for skills?
Yeah. 2. Oh no, sorry. So that was
Your basic
I
one
didn't do
and your
basic.
normal one.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. All right, back up. All right. Here's my basic roll on the same table. So 6.
What was the table?
Diplomat. Advanced education.
Advanced education, okay.
So diplomat I did not have, so I get diplomat 0.
Yep. All right.
Yeah,
And then you
interesting.
also advanced.
So I now need my event. So let's do the events.
Oh, yeah. Roll the event in between.
All right, yeah, 9er.
9. What is good. You go on a tour of the sector, so that would be our system, visiting several worlds. So worlds would literally be like worlds, or it could be asteroids, etc. You get the idea.
Yeah.
And you gain 1d3 contacts.
3 contacts.
Okay.
Love that.
Now, I'm gonna, for things like the contacts and friends, there are things that I'm gonna say, hey, you can fill these in now and come up with some of what those are, but you can also always hold kind of a contact in limbo and be like, can I use one of my contacts for this station we're about to dock at, or whatever. But if you don't use them, they'll be wasted, so make sure you do, right? Make sure you hard note that kind of stuff.
Yep. And that makes sense because, you know, I'll probably meet a lot. Given me and my career, I'll probably meet a lot of people kind of superficially and can kind of call on people all over the place. All right.
So that's the completion of your third term.
And now, so advanced, yes, end of the
now
term.
you roll. Now you roll call to adventure. We would do connections, but you already done 2, so just call to adventure.
Also, make sure you're age 30.
And yeah, make sure you're age 30.
Now 30. All right.
Yeah, true. I don't know if we did that for society either. Did you increase your age to 30, Lean?
That's it. Okay. 6s.
All right, you're out.
I'm out. So I now muster out of this with 2. So 2 terms, and then I hit rank 3, so I think I get 3 rolls. Okay.
Let's see. Mustering out. You were rank. Yeah, you do.
Highest rank 3?
No, my highest rank's 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1 to 2 gives you a thing, and then
you get a rank at 1. You get an extra benefit at 1, 3, 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna do one cash.
And you were rank 2, you said?
Yes.
So that's a staff writer, just in case you didn't see that. That also gave you investigate 1 if you didn't.
Oh, I did not. I didn't check. I didn't think I had anything. Cool.
Yeah.
Which I wanted and did not have. So that's perfect.
Yeah, that's very good to have for the journalist person.
Investigate. Okay. All right. So I'll do a. It's cool that the journalist's money table is very stair-stepped. Like, it's not a smooth curve. It's like you either like get nothing or you get a good story.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a big chunk of money. So I'm gonna do 1 money. Oh yeah, $40, baby.
Good chunk. Makes you the richest person in the group so far.
In the world.
In the world.
All right.
Yeah.
And
so
then,
you are a moderately successful journalist, right? I mean, probably independent one, but yeah. I mean, you're successful. There's people that would definitely recognize you.
All right. Here's my 2 benefit rolls. 1 and 4. So another contact and Soch +1.
All right.
I also need to muster out.
Yep. Go ahead.
I served 1 full term as a merchant.
Yep.
And became rank 2, so that's 2 rolls for me.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. But you lost 1, didn't you, from your event?
No, that was in for Navy.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's just merchant.
So yeah. I'll do first one as a benefit.
Ooh, that bounced hard. Oh, was it 3?
You +1.
So this is for merchant.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was your education +1. All right, and then you get 1 more. This is your last chance to make it cash if you want cash. So
I'll take cash. Yes.
all right. It's a good one.
Also 6. Yeah.
40K.
Very nice.
Okay. if Paris, you were finished, right? Yeah, you finished. So
Yep.
it's just Lean now.
Oh shit!
Oh,
All right, Lean.
Did anyone do a turn 4?
Nope.
can't.
Oh.
Stars called.
Just you.
You're the only one
I'm
that.
gonna do it.
Go ahead.
Do it. Definitely.
Okay. Let's go. I guess I need to.
Be right
Uh-oh.
back.
You know.
I'm here. BFK a second. Sorry for the black screen.
I'd try and do
Well,
a
it doesn't
survival. Is
Turn
that right?
black for us. It's just it was transparent, basically. What?
And I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing.
You're starting
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
new.
continue-
You're starting a new
I'm gonna
career.
continue as a
term
merchant.
Okay. So make your rolls. That's one basic training roll, and that's one regular roll on any of the tables that are available to you for a free trader. So that would, for you, that's those 3 tables: personal development, service skills, and free trader. So your
Where
first
was
one,
the, pictures.
Do personal development. for the
okay, go
first
ahead and
one.
roll.
Appearance 1.
When choosing a portrait, I click on my little dude here, and then the up arrow.
I don't do the same thing you guys do, so you'll have to ask all the other players. I have a completely different interface than you. But you click on the thing and then you browse through the folders to the world folder and then go to the WebP custom portraits, I think. So WebP custom portraits.
Go for personal development again for my second one.
Okay. So that was an endurance on your first one, right?
Uh-huh.
Alright.
Appearance +1. Minus 4. That'd be int +1.
Yep.
For this. Int. Okay, okay.
Alright,
Now I
now
have
you
4
roll
int.
survival. That's
That would be
a
Dex,
dexterity
I
of
believe.
Yep, Dex 6+.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that makes it. Can't help you there, Atomic. Sorry. Good luck, though, bud. I have no powers.
Oh, powers here. All right, and I survive. Ooh.
So now you roll an event. Career event, specifically. So 2d6.
Second, sorry.
It's all good.
2d6. 8.
You are embroiled in legal trouble. Gain one of Advocate 1, Admin 1, Diplomat 1, or Investigate 1. And then we'll get to the next part. But choose one of those first.
Okay.
Embroiled in legal trouble.
Admit 1, Diplomat 1, or Investigate 1. Huh.
I don't know if you have anybody that has admin.
I don't have diplomat either.
Well, I mean, as a crew, I don't know if you have anybody that has admin.
Oh,
Because you have people
Yeah,
that
I do.
have diplomat. Okay, so you do. And Paris has advocate 1 and investigate 1, so you're free to take any of those without concern.
I'm gonna do diplomat 1.
Okay, go ahead and add it in there. That's just straight diplomat 1. If you already had it, it doesn't do anything, but if you didn't, it gives it to you straight at a 1. Now roll 2d6 again. And hope you don't get snake eyes. Because if you do, you're going straight to prison. Yeah. And we don't roll the call to adventure if he goes to prison. He just goes to prison. So.
Alright. Cool. Everything's recorded. And rolled 2 dice. 2d6?
Yep. And if you get snake eyes, you go to prison. But you didn't. Okay. You survived.
Cool. Okay.
Had a weird situation. Let's see if you advanced. Go ahead and roll. That's intellect. Yeah, get higher than a 6 or a 6 or higher.
Big money.
You do advance indeed.
Oh, fuck yes.
So, you are now a rank 2 free trader. You don't get anything extra for that rank, but at rank 3, you would get Jack of all trades 1, which is really good.
Yeah, I would really like that.
Yep, it's very, very, very hard to get. The chances of Jack of all trades are extremely high. But here we are at the end of this term. You have completed advancement. Call to adventure.
That's 3.
Yep. No. This is your yes, 3. Other skies call your name. That's it. All connections are already made. Now all you have to do is spend your money. You have the money that you have.
Well, he's got to muster out.
And oh yes, you haven't done your last benefit roll. So go ahead and do those. You had well, we already mustered out for the other stuff, so you only have to muster out for your terms.
I didn't muster out for anything.
Well, you only have to muster out for your terms as a merchant, right?
Yeah, that's all my terms. So 3 terms.
Well, yeah.
What rank did you finish?
Your first term was
2.
pre-career education, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, just those 3. So you ended at rank 2, so that's an additional 1, so you have total 4.
4 mustering out rolls.
4 benefit rolls, yes.
Yep.
Nice.
They could be cash or benefit, technically.
Only 2 of them can be cash.
All right, what do I roll for that?
It's
they're
under
both D6. It's in the merchant list.
Yeah.
Under
I just see mustering out benefits and it says roll 1 through 7. So I don't
Correct.
know.
Yeah,
That's
it'd be a
telling me.
D6.
yeah, it's
If
D6.
you had an event that gave you a +1, that's how you get a 7.
So you have to choose before you roll whether it's cash or
Oh,
benefits. That doesn't count.
I
You
want
have to choose before you roll.
I want to do benefits.
All right. So go ahead and roll benefits. 5. A ship share. So a ship share is a complicated thing. What that means is 1/4 basically of a ship, in one manner of speaking. I have an explanation of it, but go ahead and start making your other ones as well. But remember to list the one you're going to do it before you do it.
I'm gonna do benefits again.
Okay.
Done.
A gun?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Rating. So say okay. So you obtain one or more ship shares that can be put towards the obtaining of a ship. Each ship share is worth 1 million credits, but cannot be redeemed for cash. Spacecraft in the game can be owned by characters through the use of ship shares. Ship shares represent contacts, credit rating, savings, and favors owed that a character can put towards ownership of a space vessel worth roughly 1 million credits, etc. Of the total there. So characters can pool their ship shares towards the use of a vessel, but cannot trade ship shares for cash. It is very unlikely that characters will be able to own anything but the smallest starship outright at the start of the game, so most crews end up working to support a mortgage, etc, etc, etc. But the long story short is your ship shares chop 1 million credits off the cost of whatever ship you get.
What's the gun worth? Like 10,000 creds or something?
Sorry, I can't help you, XD. I don't have any ability to do any of that stuff. Sorry, what was your question?
What is a gun worth? 10,000 credits?
2,000.
2,000?
You can pick a eligible weapon up to 2,000 credits in value, but because of the tech level and everything, it has to be a slug weapon. So you can choose a long arm or a short arm slug. So you can choose like an auto pistol, which is only like 200 credits, but you could take the other like 1,800 credits and buy attachments for your pistol or whatever if you wanted to, for example. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
But
right.
you don't get any change back from that. So
yeah, sweet. I'll roll on benefits again.
good.
Ship share.
Okay, that's another 1 million credits off of a ship, basically.
And final benefit roll.
Your final one, yeah. And you're doing benefits, not cash? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
A blade.
A blade.
What's a blade worth?
That sucks, SD. I hope it works out, bud. A blade is, I believe all weapons are basically just up to that value, but let me confirm. Let me confirm. Okay, actually, yeah, and I have more clarification on gun. So select common. So yeah, select any common or military ranged weapon with a limit of 3,000 and no higher than a tech level of 12 for the gun. And for the blade, select any bladed weapon with a limit of 1,000 and a tech level of 12.
What was the tech level limit for the gun? 12
You
as
too,
well?
man. 12, yeah. I mean, run by me whatever it is you're throwing, because we're doing some caveats with weird tech level stuff. But
Gotcha.
So if you're like, I've got the lightsaber, I'm gonna be like, no, you don't. But if most knives don't matter and stuff, but that could totally be like a saber or a machete kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Suterer.
Okay.
Chainsaw.
Where's all my mustard out rolls?
All right.
A
Now
lot of mustard.
take them, and this goes to all of you. Take the money you have, whatever you have left over now, and you can spend
10,000.
Whatever you have.
I didn't have. I mean, where is that clarified?
You don't get any money. Did
You
you
would've
roll?
written it
Did
down.
you roll on the money table on any of
No.
your rolls?
No,
All right, then you
no.
don't have any money.
Okay.
You have 2,000.
Or events would give it to you, but everybody gets $2,000 basically.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, everybody gets 2,000 flat, unless you have other money piled on top of that from events or muster out rolls.
Lame.
So now you can spend up to 10,000 of that initial money that you have. No more. And if you rolled something like a weapon or a blade, those don't count as part of that 10,000. And that's it. Characters are created. Finish buying your stuff. Nobody went past the time that we would need to start rolling for aging, so that didn't matter. Nobody had any major injuries, so we didn't have to do any of that. The way that experience works in this is quite simple. In order to train in a new skill or improve an existing one, you commit to study periods. Study periods equal 8 weeks, just like before, and you build them up. You roll your education to see if you get through the checks, and there is also experience, which lets you gain skills at the cost of experience. You can earn skills themselves, or sorry, you can earn experience, which can be essentially cashed in for study periods for skills, but can also be applied to characteristic gain as well, which takes like time, working out, blah blah blah. So after you've done all that, the final step here in the document, why are you out here? The final step of creation is to choose your character's initial goal. Why are they out here? The lure of the unknown, the chance to strike it rich, running from their past, loyalty to another character. At this stage of creation, you have guided your character from their teenage years to the present day. Who are they? How has their past shaped their beliefs? What cause are they willing to fight for? And do they have any odd tics or habits? What do they want? That's it. Think about those questions. Think about the first thing we talked about, where all the different themes, the characters you liked from all that fiction, and fold it all together, because this is where the final alchemy happens. So with that, character creation is complete. The bartender, just having looked at these 4 individuals in the corner, asking, hey, you guys have been here for a while, is what he said, are you going to order anything? And then another individual steps in before you have a chance to answer. This gentleman, well dressed and what you would consider to be in the time, like essentially almost a 3-piece suit, very well maintained, a neat beard, very short to the face, so not like mine, but like very, very thin to the face, and in there maybe somewhere between their mid-30s and mid-40s, it's hard to know. Fairly tall, about 6.5 feet tall. Look like they've spent a fair amount of time in lower gravity growing up or something along those lines. They hold up their hand at the bartender and just say, "So right, they're with me. Ales all round, and a bit of the soup too. We've got a job for these blokes." And that's where we'll pick up next time.
All right.
Yeah.
Ale. Space ale.
Space ale.
What about the skill package?
And this, yeah, we do as a group. At the time when I started talking, one of us was AFK, but now that we have completed the setup for our characters and everybody's buying their gear and stuff, you can also begin to debate between you, because I am not choosing unless you don't choose, in which case then I do choose your skill package.
Let's make cynical choose. All in agreement?
It'll be real fast if I choose.
Uh-oh.
Well, if you go to
So they're on number 9 in there.
number 9, yeah. Campaign skill packages.
Now, each of these skill packages has a total of 9 skills. Most of them have a duplicate skill in there. We move through the skill packages, starting with the leftmost and moving through. I will count who. We're going to start with society. We'll go society, so it'll go Lean, Bailey, Paris, Isaac. Lean, Bailey, Paris, Isaac. And each of you would pick and remove one skill from the package. The packages are as follows. They are references to the individual pieces of fiction that we talk about in theme and inspiration. They are Big Damn Hero. We're not chasing ghosts. Spice must flow. Aim to misbehave. So say we all. Game over, man. We are wanderers still. Which do you choose?
Do we have any hints as far as our first mission? Like, how do we get together and
Traders.
what are we?
That's going to be
Is
part
that the
of
thing?
it. That's going to be part of it for you to decide here.
Yeah.
This first job that I have set up for you is I've set up a patron. I'm not going to give you too many details on them, but they're going to be providing you some of your basic jobs, but I'm going to choose which of those basic jobs, specifically why I didn't say what it is in here, based off of what you choose.
Okay, good. I like it. Game over, man. Is combat. I don't think that makes sense.
So yeah, to put these in reference for what they're like, right? Game over, man is to be focused on like the military combat campaigns. Where Wanderer still is big for the exploration kind of campaigns and stuff, but you could segue that into the others.
Focusing on
Big Damn Hero and Aim to Misbehave are like the kind of the most generic Firefly kind of simple ones. They're all references to different things. Like Big Damn Hero would be like Firefly, The Expanse, Cowboy Bebop. Aim to Misbehave.
Yeah, Wanderers might be good.
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking at either Wanderers or Spice Must Flow.
I mean, I guess my question is more like, what is
you
the
don't
state?
have to. You pick any one of these. It doesn't.
Well, what
mean
is
that-
Jordan's question?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to answer his
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
first. Psycho's point. So when you pick one of these, that doesn't necessarily choose the theme of the game, right? It's just the skills that you want from the package. So
Right.
keep that in mind. What were you saying, Jordan?
Like, what is the state of the universe? Like, are there now? Like, there are no. Are we only in Soul System? Or are there other?
You are. You're in Soul.
But so there are other established worlds at this point. Like,
No, I didn't say that.
Not in other systems that we can go to.
You heard the news earlier, the news report.
okay, so there is no FTL. There were the
I mean, is there?
Yet.
but it's like borderline.
I mean, I'm not going to comment on that any further. It's just
What do
the
we have
news
access
report
to?
that happened there.
Yeah.
I mean, I just mean like there's no
As far as we
There's
know,
no-
there is none.
one's shooting each other right now in the solar system, so a combat theme
I mean, that's not
doesn't
true.
make a lot of sense.
There's always wars happening between the corporations. There's always conflict in the solar system somewhere. It's just like you would see in The Expanse or anything like that.
Right.
There's
But,
always
like,
trade, there's always
more-
business, there's always betrayals, there's always wars happening somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I accidentally killed a few people on my crew.
I think that the one
And
that has the most skills that most people don't have would be We Are Wanderers, but I could be wrong.
I think
Knowing
the main issue
y'all
with that
bullets
is
will
that
fly
would-
at some point.
I
That's a fair
already-
point, lunatic.
I already have astrogation 1, so that would kind of give us 3 people with astrogation 1, which,
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. The other is like there's
Well,
like
no,
one
you
with
could
Streetwise.
choose.
Right, but he's saying that it would still
Right.
be spread out between.
Yeah,
3
he's not
people
going to
now.
pick astrogation 1. so
Exactly.
somebody else would. So we'd
Oh,
probably
this
end
is
up
one. Oh, those are
3
fixed.
people.
Right. Yeah.
They are fixed, they're not pluses.
Okay.
Same
got
with
it.
like Streetwise 1, Streetwise 1 in there, and then there's one with Broker 1, and I already have Broker 1.
I mean, these are just made
So
to
it
like.
seems
yeah,
like it's
be
going to happen
insurance.
anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's
I
good
get-
to look at it like that, right? You're basically saying which are the skills we don't have,
Yeah.
I guess.
And I
guess
agree,
So,
I just-
good.
think that some things like are a little less, like a little more important for multiple people to have than astrogation. Like like multiple people to have streetwise or persuade is probably better than multiple people to have astrogation.
Yeah,
for
unless your
really-
astrogator is injured and can't astrogate, right? That kind of a thing.
Sure. If your
Chamber
astrogator is
pilot.
injured, so is your medic. So just
Yeah,
that's a
absolutely.
big, kind of a big problem there. I would like to get the medic one, because I'm at 0, so I'd like to
Okay.
upgrade that.
Yeah.
Other than
didn't
that, I
see
mean, I
that.
don't super care.
A lot of them
You're a
have medic
doctor, I
one
would
in
lo-
it, too.
Yeah. See,
If you're a
those
doctor, I
four
would for
minutes.
sure like to have you have medic one.
See, Big Damn
Yeah.
Hero has medic one. Spice
Yeah, I
Must
didn't
Flow
see
has
Pretty much
medic
everything has
one.
medic 1 in it. That's
Yeah.
not the problem.
Yes,
It's just
yeah.
kind of like,
Spice
and-
has broker one twice. I didn't see that.
Yeah, a lot of
yeah.
them have multiples.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every single one of them pretty much
So-
has like a double of one skill.
so that was my thought about like kind of what's the best one to like double up on. I don't know if like maybe like I don't have any gun combat anything.
Mhm.
Fair.
Same.
So that might be the second thing I would want. And so something like with a bunch of gun combat, if multiple people want that, might be a good idea.
And that was kind of what I was getting at, or do we like do we see this if we have our vote, are we gonna spend a lot of time on the ship doing kind of ship centric things, or are we going to be
Don't have a ship
outside
yet.
the
Keep
ship.
in mind, too.
like, are we gonna be doing like out on worlds or systems, you know, talking to people and doing corporate espionage type stuff, or like are we going to be trading? Are we going to be trying to like set up a trade route through the solar system? You know, I
Whatever happens, there's gonna be conflict. Whether that conflict is like bullets coming at us
think, right.
That's not their real name.
on the
Daniel.
ground, or
That's their
bullets
character name.
coming at us in the air on our ships. Honestly, now that I realize how many of us don't have gun
Yeah, we're
training, I
not
think
fighters.
game over might be kind of what we want. Just to be.
Or
I was
at least
thinking
Game
maybe.
Heroes.
Because gun combat has medic 1 for you, Mad Cow, and then
Yeah, I think everything is medic, except maybe one of them
Oh.
doesn't. But yeah,
There's one that
well,
doesn't.
a
I think.
bunch of them does.
'cause I don't even have gun combat 1, and I'm getting a
I
gun.
don't either. Yeah. True. That's true. I mean, what about Big Damn Heroes then?
Just decoration on the wall. You have a gun hanging up.
You know.
I'd
Damn
be
Heroes
fine
would get-
with Big Damn Heroes.
I think Big Damn Heroes is probably the best bet.
Couple gun combats, a gunner, medic, somebody gets
Yeah.
stealth, electronic
Daniel.
deception. You know, that's a pretty good spread, and it's basically for every, you know, all around.
Should we have
um,
rollies to determine order?
If you
I
want,
think we should versus.
I'm fine with that.
setting them,
But I want that order to be something that's really simple that I can follow as we go through it round robin. So
yeah.
yeah. Why,
Rollies.
go ahead.
D20.
Everybody roll a d6. This is Traveler.
Yeah, but it's not a
For
virtual
what?
tabletop.
Just to randomly
Even
kind of
better.
set the order of choosing.
Oh.
All right, so a 2.
Which again, I'm happy
Society.
to. I'm happy
A
to kind
5
of talk it out
from
too, as far as
Psycho. Five. All right, so that's a Society
Roll
first.
Olaf.
That's Society
Oh, we're
first.
going low. Okay.
We're
That's-
going low to high.
I was going through first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or whatever as it we go. But
All right, so roll again, Bailey. All right.
Mac,
No,
how are
you were
rolling?
good, Isaac. You were.
I mean, I don't care. You guys decide between you which way you guys first. Just tell me the fucking
It
order.
just seems odd. Doesn't matter. So society,
Well,
Isaac,
I'm gonna write this down.
Patch, and me.
Society.
I read mine as a
Mad
5.
Cow. Psycho. Venom. All right, so Society, you're up first. Big Damn Hero skill package. Pick one.
I'm gonna take some gun combat 1.
All right, that
I want
removes
to
gun
shoot something
combat
this
1.
time.
All right.
Next.
Mad cow.
That does, you do choose a specialization on that, by the way. That's 1. So that's going
So
to
you
be
went
gun.
long.
So-
Yeah, pistols or rifle, long
Yeah,
arms.
exactly. Sorry, Mad Cow. What was it?
Um. I guess I'll take the medic 1.
Okay. All right. Who's third? That removes medic 1. All right, Psycho.
I'm gonna go pilot 1.
All right, that's
You don't have-
removed.
You don't already pilot? You already
I have
have
my
pilot,
reasons.
don't you?
You hush.
What? You
I've
don't get
stolen
plus
your
1.
pilot. Hush.
You don't
I know.
get +1.
It's not
Okay.
+1. It's true. But there are different
all
types
right.
of piloting. Remember to choose your portrait if you haven't yet. Lean.
Let's see. Sorry. Between windows. All right. Is there anything somebody particularly wants?
We all get
So-
2, right?
I think it's gonna be someone is gonna get a third. 1, 2, 3, 4,
That's true.
6.
There's 9.
Society
One
will get
person
a
gets
third.
an extra.
I already have Persuade 1.
Yeah, I already have Persuade 1. I've got Deception 2.
I'll take Deception 1.
I've got a couple types of electronics.
Well, hold on. It's whose turn is it?
My turn.
Yeah. So Venom.
So you
Pick
just
one.
pick 1.
I'll take Stealth 1.
Okay. Now it's back to society, right? Or is that the third person to go?
Yes.
Patch got 1?
Yeah, Patch took Pilot for.
Oh, that's right.
His
All
own
right, I'll do
reasons.
Deception 1.
He doesn't want
Alright.
anybody sitting in his chair, I guess.
So what'd you get?
Deception 1.
All right, Mad Cow.
Um. Well,
So it's electronics 1, gun combat 1, gunner 1, and persuade 1 that are left.
yeah, I'm gonna take gun combat 1.
That's 1, so it's specialization. Keep that in mind. Which it's still slug, but it's basically rifle or pistol.
Pistols.
I chose Slug Short
Oh,
Arm
sure.
if that influences your decision at all.
Okay.
I'll take electronics.
I mean, to be fair, pistols are probably better in space most of the time because of the cramped quarters.
I will
but-
take
But on
Gunner.
planet, rifles are really good. So, okay.
What does that leave?
I think
Electronics
it's
1.
Persuade. No, I think it's Persuade.
Did anybody take
I already
electronics
have-
1?
I did.
Patch did.
I already have Persuade 1.
Right.
Yeah. So
Then
does anybody
that's
not
it.
have Persuade 1?
Somebody else can take it.
I have persuade 0.
How
Take
about
it.
you, Patch?
So
Yeah, just take it.
I just took persuade or not persuade. Electronics. So
Yeah, that's fine though. You can if someone needs it, that can
Yeah, if you
justify
want it.
character wise too. Like I don't need it, so it's basically a free one.
You can do rollies between the people that don't have it if you
Uh,
want and see who
I
gets
also
it.
have persuade 1. So
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Then yeah,
perfect.
Macau, no brainer.
All right.
Then for sure, Mad Cow should have it if they don't have persuade
Dope.
1.
We're a bunch of
Wait,
persuasive carousers.
What options
are.
should I consider for Gunner?
slug.
Like turret.
Sure, if you want.
Turret's a good one.
It's basically all the same stuff you would have in
Okay.
normal traveler
Not
stuff. It's
capital screens, artillery, or turrets.
Yeah.
So turret makes the most sense before, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took
Everybody's-
slug
yeah,
short arm.
So what's left for society?
Nothing. That's
Yeah,
it.
that
was
was
the-
the
that was
that was the
bonus
ninth.
one.
That was the Persuade was the last ninth one, so it was kind of
Yeah.
just a freebie.
Oh, okay.
Okay. There we go.
We threw it to who needed it.
Makes sense.
So we're a persuasive bunch.
Yep. So that's the completion of all skills gained.
Okay.
Now just finish
First
buying your
impressive.
stuff.
Yeah, equipment.
You should be able to do that pretty quickly. You can only spend $10,000 worth total. But that's it. We have our characters created. We have their initial starting scenario. With these skills that you currently have, I will be throwing combat situations at you and a lot of like general kind of Firefly stuff. I'm also going to be throwing a lot of questions at you. So I'll be giving you opportunities for jobs that are on both sides of the law and stuff, depending on who you know, and it'll be your decisions on which ways you go. One thing that I think is very important to note as a crew here that you remember is that I believe Lean got 2 ship shares, correct? So that means Lean has an opportunity immediately. As soon as the game starts here, we'll kind of figure out narratively where that resides, but you would have an opportunity somewhere very nearby where the game is starting, which is going to be in the inner planets at a space station, and I was going to either put it in a space station in Mars orbit or a space station near Earth orbit. I think I'm going to do Mars here, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to buy your first ship together with this crew from basically a junkyard of ships, and they'll all be used ships. They'll all have flaws that you'll roll on the regular ship flaws table on to see what those flaws are, and just mechanically so you understand. And then you'll have 2 million credits off of that total because of those 2 ship shares.
Oh.
Yeah, so just keep that all in mind for the future and what you're buying now and stuff. But with that, while they're doing their shopping, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because nobody needs to sit here and watch us look in a PDF for the next
That's the best part.
30 minutes or whatever. So, but yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank Syrinscape for helping to provide some of our sound here. I just want to do that audibly for them out there. They did a awesome job with the application and stuff. And it's also really nice having it go through Foundry now. I really like that. So that's very, very useful. Thanks to all the other providers of audio and stuff that we have. Thanks to our audience out there, all of our chatters. Thanks Lunatic for drawing all those awesome maps. Everybody should check them out over on DriveThruRPG or their Patreon. That's Lunatic Design. You can check them out over on DriveThruRPG. And thanks for all the normal chatters out there like Daniel. Hey, what's up, buddy? It's good seeing you, Daniel. But anyway,
Oh yeah, man.
we'll be doing this again next week, hopefully, or soon. Is anybody missing next week? I know that in June we have a couple of days or a couple of weeks we might miss.
Next week? No, I don't think so.
At this moment, I don't know.
Okay. Well, we're planning on meeting on Saturday the 3rd of June to commence with what will be actually, I guess if you want to think of it, session 1. This was titled Other Skies 2512 00. So this is the session 0. This is episode 0 of the proper 2512 game. So yeah, we'll be picking up there in a week, hopefully. If not, it'll be a week after that, and we'll be jumping straight into the actual role play then. So thanks for coming by, everybody. Character creation's a blast. We will see you next time.
Fun.
Bye.
Love you guys.